Hi, Jim.
Sure.
How you been doing? You looking tanned.
Might be the light. I've been doing some biking, so I my tan is shaped like a t-shirt.
Yeah, you look like you got slimmed down because you're riding on the bike. Your winter, your winter fur is gone.
Okay, let's see here. This.
I do have a question. Do you wear a helmet when you ride?
Yes, I do.
How does that work with your beard? Does it irritate it?
Well, I mean, it's a bicycle helmet, not a motorcycle helmet.
No, I'm saying I don't know if you use like an under chin thing or not when you ride. Oh, okay. I always wondered about
Not
that.
like one of those motorcycle helmets that's got a big, chin
Oh, yeah,
piece.
definitely. Hi, Marley. Hi, Paul.
Paul, you had sent me an email asking me a question. Can you hear me, Paul? You're muted, Paul. You're muted. Do you know you're muted? Okay. You had sent me an email asking me a question. I was going to answer it for you.
There we go. Can you hear me
Okay.
now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
You had asked about conditions on a zoning approval,
Right.
and that can work two ways. If there is no motion on the floor, then you can make a motion to approve with whatever conditions you want. And if that is seconded, then that is the motion on the floor.
Okay.
If there is a motion on the floor to approve without a condition that you want, then you can make a motion to amend that motion with the condition that you want. And we deal with the amendment separately.
Okay.
If there's a motion on the floor to do something else, something that contradicts what you want to do, then you have to wait until that motion is dealt with.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So with that, I had an attachment for the conditions I wanted to consider. Is there a way to pre-share that so people can look at them?
I didn't look. Is it something you can't just speak?
It's a 2-page Google document.
Um, wow. Can you summarize it in less than 2 minutes?
That's it, bullet pointed, actually.
Wow. I don't imagine that people are going to be able to read it who haven't been given it ahead of time.
Okay.
You're just going to have to find some way to speak it to the body, I think.
All right.
I'm having trouble with my mouse pad. There we go. It's been acting up for a while now, and it's very annoying. There we go. All right. Your still photo looks like a much younger version of yourself, Paul.
It does. Or it is.
Hey, Eva.
What? Would that say move?
Grady.
What?
Grady Hospital. Grady Hospital. It's their annual bike ride fundraising event. Did you remember to bring me back my lapel microphone?
Oh,
The one you stole from me the last time you were here?
if nobody will get
Well, I could share my lapel mic with you, but then you might walk out with it too. Then I would be mic-less.
something you were supposed
You were supposed to bring it along before the meeting because it needs to be charged. Uh-huh.
Buddy, I don't know how to avoid being a pest to myself. Anyway, okay, so questions. Is 1905 Ladon Lane, which I swear it had a price tag on it of $1 million.
Okay.
Possible? I mean, it's just a small house.
Well, okay, so there are two houses, and one of those two houses has a very large lot.
Yeah.
Has a very large lot.
Okay, so I guess that's where it's $1 million, $1 million plus. Yeah.
I don't know. Where did you find the price tag?
Well, Lavon Lane.
Oh, and you get a real estate listing. Ah, okay. Okay. Well, like I say, I mean, there's one of the houses has a fairly large lot, and that's probably the one.
Yeah, sure. Okay. You tell me this, is that like the first houses on Lavon Lane after you come away from, from other kind of development or townhomes or apartments or something?
I don't know the answer to your question, Eva.
Right. Street. Couldn't tell whether that's the head of the street or not, the head of Ladon Lane or not. I thought maybe if you bicycle down there, you would have.
I mean, it's down near the end, if that's what you mean. It's down by the trail, right?
Down by the what?
The trail, the Whetstone Creek Trail. I'm sorry.
I need to go down and I need somebody to take me down and introduce me to all of this.
Okay, but we can't do that now because the meeting's going to start in a few minutes.
I think I've been here 15 minutes early, so I talked to you about all this stuff, but then I thought, no, I'll just get it up to taking care of your dogs or something. So I'll get it. Okay. Your street seems to have a good deal of activity on it.
Yeah, there's a big party going on at the end, I believe.
These two cars are trying to turn around on the street.
Well, at that big rental house at the end of the street, the driveway was full of cars, and there were people trying to figure out where to put more cars when I walked by with the dogs earlier. So I'm guessing there's going to be a big loud party there tonight, and that my neighbors will all be complaining on Facebook about it tomorrow.
Tuesday night, that's
I don't know. Oh, yeah. I have not seen her yet. Oh, I was remember you had asked me on the phone the other day about Heathers. And I had said we had a lot of Heathers at the meeting, and you were saying, well, that other Heather, that not that Heather, the other Heather, the other Heather, the other Heather. There was also a Heather Hubble for a while that we had coming to our meeting. Not her. Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying you were asking about Heathers. Somebody's sharing something on the screen. Who's doing that? Paul, please stop doing that.
Yep. Okay, will do. Sorry.
All right.
No, it's the ground work person that I was trying to get the name of.
That's Heather Hussey Coker, like I told you. Uh, um, um, Heather Hussey Coker is her name. Yes.
She was giving a report there for a while, but she hasn't. Wow.
No, I saw her at something recently, and she said she had been dealing with various issues, but was expecting to start showing up again. Dealing with various issues. I don't recall. Various issues. Sorry, I'm trying to admit people to the meeting, Eva. So, no, that's all right. I can't. Yes, I don't recall the specifics of the issues. Word could have been many things. I agree.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm here for Nate, your planner, Susan Coleman.
Oh, okay, got it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Jim.
Good evening, Clyde. How are you?
Hey, doing well, I'm above ground. I'm glad you let me in.
Well, we're kind of backlogged at the moment.
That's all right. We're good.
People are entering the waiting room faster than I can admit them.
Well, I'm usually 50, try to be 15 minutes early, but I was late on, myself. So you're going. You're good.
Hey, Liz. Wow, man. Oh my gosh.
You're only seeing the tip of the iceberg, Don.
Oh my gosh. It's like Titanic. Might be a record.
Certainly a recent record.
Hmm.
I realize that we're a minute past our start time, but I got lots of people in the waiting room. So I am working on it as fast as I can. Problem is that they are arriving faster than I can admit them.
My gosh.
So please bear with me. Don't recall seeing anything from Tabitha saying that she wouldn't be here, but she may just be lost in the heap of people in the waiting room at the moment. Oh, okay, this is this is a losing proposition.
Jim, can you assign that to somebody else to help you with?
I always assign it to Tabitha, but
Okay.
she's lost in the heap, I think. She must be here somewhere. The problem is that as I do this, the queue keeps jumping, so I have to keep going back to find people that jumped over when the queue jumped the last time. And as more and more people pile up in the waiting room, it just keeps incrementing.
You may have a few people here tonight.
Yeah, I'm trying to get them all into the meeting, and it's hard.
I think it's going to take a few minutes.
Yeah, I was trying to record them as I let them in, but I've given up on that because they just keep popping up in the queue for the. There we keep here. Oops, sorry. I think I just muted someone as the queue jumped around. My apologies. What was that? Almost.
Oh, you're not almost.
No, I've almost cleared the queue. All right. So after a lot of furious button clicking, nope, they're still coming in. And I haven't seen Tabitha yet. Tabitha, did I let you in and not notice? And there's no way I can manage a queue that's jumping this fast and run a meeting. Okay. Would someone like to volunteer to take Tabitha's place?
I cannot do that tonight. Thank you.
I didn't ask for someone to not volunteer. Jarrett, why don't you volunteer?
Yeah, what do you need me to do? Just
Just keep the part. Whoops, sorry. I think I just muted someone.
that was me.
Keep the participants window open and admit people as they show up in the queue, which is just clicking on the admit button. But they were jumping into the queue so fast that I gave up on writing down names after the 78th person was admitted because I couldn't write them and admit them as fast as they were popping in. So, all right. Are you willing to do that then, Jarrett? All right. So I am going to now make you a co-host, okay, which will give you the authority to do that, right? You got it? Okay. They're popping in.
Yep, I got them.
Start clicking. Start clicking. Okay. Okay. You got it under control? All right, good. Okay. So moving on then. Sorry about all that, folks. We now have 152 people in the meeting, which is certainly a recent record and getting close to an all-time record. I think we hit 200 once years ago, and that was actually at a physical meeting. But that being the case, it is 7:36, so we should start our meeting. Let's see, a few announcements to get things going. I have some procedural comments regarding Z2538. I'm not going to make those now. I'm going to make those when I introduce that issue because I don't want people arriving late to have to hear them all over again for a second time. Let's see. Next month, we have a special use permit for a proposed food truck park at the corner of Howe Mill and Forest Street on our agenda. We have a set of setback variances for a single family home on Berkeley Avenue in Berkeley Park. We have a liquor license application for Beat the Bomb on Chattahoochee, a liquor license application for Buffalo Bar in NPU-E next to NPU-D, which is in the Fuqua development across from the Waterworks. And we are going to get a presentation about future plans for Huff Road. That's all I know about right now, but I'm sure more things will turn up between now and then. Let's see. I copied everyone on my email list with my email to council concerning affordable housing requirements. I do that when I sign off. I sign things with my NPU chair signature so people will know what I'm up to. If you are not on my email list, you didn't get that. If you wish to be on my email list, you can email me. My email is in the agenda, and I will add you to the list. I usually don't email more than 2 or 3 things a month, but they include things like the agenda for tonight's meeting. Let's see. The development that we had in Blandtown last month has been deferred by the ZRB. It wasn't entirely clear to me why. The Healy Brown folks that we had last month requested a deferral from the ZRB, so I'm not sure what they're up to either. But I expect both of those cases will eventually make their way to the ZRB. NPU University is having a bylaws clinic tomorrow night. If you are interested in bylaws, and if you live in Bolton, you should be interested in bylaws. I recommend attending that. Let's see, Streets Live this past Sunday. A good time was had by all, despite the blazing heat. We are going to try and have an upcoming executive committee meeting in person at the Wieland Gallery, so that everyone can experience that, and they would like to embrace the community. They have a very nice facility there and lots of interesting things to see. I will close that loop with the executive committee when I have heard back from the Wieland Gallery folks. Beltline West Side Trail groundbreaking was yesterday in the blazing heat of the afternoon. And there is now an officially open segment of the Beltline from Washington Park to Huff Road. There was a sign billboard removal on Howell Mill Road. That was part of the grand billboard ordinance that we heard several months ago. The Center for Civic Innovation is having a Civics 101 class this Thursday. If anyone is interested, I imagine that's going to be something like the NPU University courses, but I have not taken one at CCI before, so I will be going there for the first time myself. We had a great victory on zoning enforcement since last we met, for which we owe thanks to Clyde Mitchell. You may notice that there are no longer signs plastered all over the Advanced Auto Parts on Howell Mill Road after my complaining about it for 14 years. And in the process, some signs seem to have been removed from the Quick Trip across the street. So not only are our zoning enforcement folks now acting on citizen complaints, but they may even be showing a tiny bit of initiative. Upper West Side CID has moved on to the next phase of its Collier Road study. They have an online survey now that you can look at and say what you like and don't like about their recommendations. I probably have a link to that somewhere, so if you email me, I can share that with you. On that note, with the agenda for tonight's meeting, I emailed out a copy of the draft minutes from last month. If everyone has had a chance to review those, can I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Is that Jim?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Eva first. Does anyone object to our adopting the minutes from last month? No? All right. In that case, they are adopted. Moving on then. Let's see. I was admitting people so fast, I have no idea who all is here. Who do we have from the police department? I thought
Evening,
I saw.
everyone.
Oh, there we go. Major Vance.
Hey, Jim. Hey, everyone. Thank you all for being here tonight. Ben Vane, Zone 2 Commander. So I'll give a brief rundown year to date for Zone 2 and NPU-D. In 2025, citywide, we're trending down in all 6 zones. Citywide, we're down 12% in overall crime. We're down 11% in Zone 2. That's a testament to the men and women that go out there and answer the calls and conduct the traffic stops, respond to vehicle accidents. So I'm very pleased to say that they've continued this year in and year out. And this is the 5th year in a row we're trending down in Zone 2. So very pleased to bring you that news. We did have a shooting incident about 10 days ago on DeFore Place, where one individual was killed and one was injured. And homicide is working that investigation. It's still ongoing, so I can't give many details, but they have some good leads in that case, and they're working on getting those suspects identified. Safe storage of firearms is something that we always like to discuss and talk about. Year to date in the city, we've had 663 firearms stolen from motor vehicles and 94 in Zone 2 alone. So keep your car clean, not just purses, bags, electronics, but firearms. Storing it in your glove box, your center console is not a safe spot. Under a seat is just not a safe spot. This is what these offenders are looking for. We're gearing up for our 3rd Club Cut match this weekend on the 29th. So we'll be working 12-hour shifts. And then we have another match on the 1st and the 5th. And we'll be working 12-hour shifts the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, just to make sure that we have safe events and travel for those attending those events and coming to visit the city. So that's all I have, unless anybody has any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions for Major Vans? The way to ask a question for folks who are new here is to raise your little virtual hand, which should be at the bottom of your screen in, I think it's the reactions pane. And when you do that, it looks like this, right? Okay. Questions for Major Vans? Yes, Heather.
I know you talked about, oops, sorry. Get
Sorry,
my
what?
husband on mute. Zone 1, Major Bates, do you also cover that as well? And are we seeing the same trends?
I don't cover Zone 1. Major Knight and Captain Baldini do. But yes, we are seeing the same trends in Zone 1. Year to date, they're down 4% overall in crime. And we've had some really good successes with property crime. I know I bring up theft from motor vehicles, but trending down citywide. Zone 1 is down and Zone 2 are down, but it's still our highest volume crime. So that's why I always bring that up.
Okay. Do we have other questions for the police? Or do we have anyone here rather from Zone 1 as well?
Yeah, Jim, this is Lieutenant Taddy. I'm here from Zone 1.
Would you like to tell us what's going on in Zone 1?
Sure. Well, Major covered a lot of the same information that I would have. But just to add to that, our high crime problem in the Zone 1 area is definitely cars being broke into. And during the last recent period, the last month, we have had 5 guns that are stolen out of vehicles. So as the Major stated, the Clean Car campaign is something we can't stress enough. It's one thing, when we have cameras or laptops stolen out of vehicles, but unfortunately, we're seeing a large number of weapons that are on the street because of that. We did have an arrest on Spat Avenue related to the same thing. A young man broke into a vehicle and did steal a firearm. However, he was arrested for that one. We also had a shots fired call, an assault with a knife, and an assault with a firearm. However, the common denominator is everybody in those crimes knew each other, so it was they were related persons. We had 578 calls for service in the NPU-D area in the 28-day period. 29% of those, however, were proactive enforcement, including traffic stops, dealing with illegal parking, directed patrols, and drop-ins, and a total of 16 arrests during the same period. Any questions?
Okay. Do we have any questions for Police Zone 1? All right. A quick procedural note. I usually try and keep up with the chat at least somewhat in these meetings. It ain't happening tonight. So if you're asking a question in the chat, you're asking it to anyone else who's in the chat. You're not asking it to me, right? Okay. Moving on then, unless there are more police questions, do we have anyone here from the district attorney's office? No. Do we have anyone here from AFRD, the fire department?
Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm Battalion Chief Dewar, Battalion 2. Only thing that we got going on, basically, we know that we're dealing with some hot weather, so definitely want to make sure that everybody understand to try to stay cool and stay hydrated. Also, we get into the months where you're grilling. Try not to grill on too close to your property, to your houses. Definitely an apartment complex. Go to the designated areas where they have the grills, not doing nothing on rooftops or decks or anything like that. So that way we can kind of prevent fires from actually happening. The only other thing that we have too is that this month we just basically celebrate basically just mostly just about National Safety Month for us, basically talking about some of the things that for firefighters to do to try to stay prepared and to be able to serve. Pretty much that's all I have today, unless there's some questions for me.
Okay. Do we have questions for the fire department? No. Great. Do we have anyone here from Public Works?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Martin. This is Officer Butler here with Department of Public Works, Solid Waste Education Enforcement Team. First, I would like to speak on illegal dumping. Any illegal dumping that you may see in the area, please contact ATL 311, and me or my team will come out and investigate the concerns and request for removal. It's also a 30-day service that they have to address those concerns. Also contact 311 for scheduling bulk collection or using the solid waste app. And also make sure that your bulk piles are not mixed or contaminated with items that are not acceptable, and make sure they are not properly set out. Whatever date that is provided to you, make sure that you're putting your pile out at 7 p.m. the evening before collection. Yard trimmers can also be considered for bulk pickup if they're at the curbside and they're not containerized. And I mean containerized, I mean if they're not bagged or placed in a container. So if you have yard trimmers at the curbside, that is considered a bulk pickup. For your bagged and containerized yard trimmers, the maximum gallon size for that is 32 gallons, and they cannot be placed in the city issued bins. We see a lot of that when we were patrolling the area, yard trimmers being in city issued bins. And sometimes they may be yard collected, but that is not acceptable. So just keep that in mind when you are discarding of your yard trimmers. And also mulch and dirt is not also acceptable for yard trimmers collection. And they're still operating on a bi-weekly basis. They will be collected on the first week of July, on the 14th and the 28th. Keep in mind that you must remove your bins from the right-of-way after collection. They also may be placed out at 7 p.m. the evening before and removed at 9 a.m. the following day. There will be a delay in the service this upcoming week due to the 4th of July holiday, and that is on Friday. So any collections on Friday will be postponed until Saturday. And recycling day is still going on at Greenbrier, and that's every third Saturday at 9 a.m. And I posted my contact information in the chat box if you may have any questions.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Public Works? No? I saw a rather scathing report about the city's recycling program on Fox 5. Do you have a response to that?
I'm sorry, say it again.
I saw a scathing report about the city's recycling program on Fox 5. I didn't know if you had any comment on that.
Oh, no, sir, I'm not aware, and I wasn't informed by my supervisors.
Good enough. Moving on then, do we have anyone here from code enforcement?
Yes, good evening. This is Officer Owabete with Code Enforcement. I already dropped my information in the chat message. For this is a 90-day report. Give me 1 second. And for the 90-day report, starting the month of March all the way to the month of May, we only had a total of 19 cases. March being the lowest, we only had 3 cases. In the month of April, we actually had 10 cases. And in the month of May, we had 6. All of these are combinations of property maintenance with 6 highly hazardous cases, meaning property abandoned or open. So we are really looking close into these cases, make sure that the property owners, bring it into compliance by securing this property and getting immediate citations. Let me see here. And yeah, that's pretty much it, what I have for you guys. Do you guys have any concern, any addresses in particular that you guys, any area that you guys would like for me to monitor?
Okay. Do we have any questions or concerns for code enforcement? No? All right. We can move on then. Thank you very much.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Do we have anyone here from the city solicitor's office? No. Do we have anyone here from watershed management? I thought I saw Maya here earlier. Did I?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, yes, there you are. Okay.
Hey, good evening, everyone. So no, I don't have anything new and pressing. The project that was going on with the sewer in NPU-D is still going on until August of this year. I don't have anything else that's pressing for talking points. So I'm open for any questions or anything I can take back to our communications department.
Okay. Do we have any questions for watershed management? Christy, are you trying to ask a question or are you just needing to be muted?
No.
Okay. So I think no questions then. All right.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Shall we move on then? Let's see. Do we have anyone here from the library? No. Anyone from the Parks Department? No. Jim, did you have anything to report on your parks related projects?
I do. Sorry about that printing in the background. Um, there's been a lot of things going on. The good news is we've had a lot of help on cleaning the trails and wetlands. APS students have been doing a wonderful job. Scouts have kind of dropped out. At the river, we are moving forward. The levee's being put in. The bridge over Peachtree Creek is being put in. The kayak in and output Atlanta's first is in at Peachtree Creek. With Public Works, um, we are getting named for Adopt a Mile, naming Friends of Bolton Parks for that. The good and bad news about Department of Public Works, we talked about sweeping the bridge, and they didn't have any machinery that could actually do it. They said they had a relationship with Atlanta DOT, and Atlanta DOT has a relationship with C.W. Matthews, who can actually sweep that bridge. I've talked to Dust on that, and hopefully that's going to be moving ahead. That Atlanta DOT, like I said, on the sweeper. So while we're talking with Atlanta DOT, we're talking with areas like the Ladon and the Whetstone Trail, which is fairly poorly marked. And when you go over the bumps, you can't really see it. And so some of the neighbors have pointed out that it needs to be improved. We will talk about that later. The Whetstone at Marietta Road, there was a curb put in instead of the ADA entrance. So we should see like a few people killed pretty soon as they're trying to turn on that trail. So if once we see them killed and hurt, then we can discuss it. But I have had that conversation today, um, with Dustin and Park. So today we had another meeting. We've had a couple meetings with them. Parks, certainly we've got the 16 acres in the Galloway fields. That will be wonderful stuff. But this side of town does not have ballparks and soccer fields, football fields, and with the Galloway fields, we're going to have that. The 10 acres that is behind uh, Liberty Park and View is still on the table, still getting pending, but because the people haven't come to an agreement, it's still on the table, and they think there can be a commercial property built on essentially an island next to the rail. So I think we should fight against that. Good news is Atlanta Beltline Partnership and Atlanta Beltline Initiative. Wow, we had some great meetings at the West Side Trail opening, and they really want to be a part of what's happening out here towards Bolton. We will amplify everything that goes on in Bolton with connecting the Silver Comet to the Beltline. Speaking of that, August 4th, the Cobb County portion that we've worked on, that we've initiated with Cobb DOT and PATH, great partners. They will have everything done August 4th, and on August 9th, there will be a ride with, we're looking at 300 to 3,000 people now coming down from West Side Quarry down Whetstone and going out to Silver Comet Cycles, and just a celebration of the river project being open. We'll have more information on that. Dustin, met with this morning, and certainly we've got, different good things there. The with the Connected Comet side, the Woodall Trail is open. The West Side Trail is open, and we just have some pieces to connect in between. And the biggest pieces and hardest pieces will be that which is going across Marietta Boulevard, that which is going across Bolton Road. And certainly we have pieces that even go across Ladon, which we'll address later. And that is my report.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Jim about all of that? No. All right. Let's see. APAB. I attended this month's APAB meeting. That was yet another Saturday morning that I will never have back again. If anyone is interested in taking over that responsibility, please volunteer. Any questions about APAB? No. All right. Moving on. Do we have anyone from Groundwork Atlanta here? No. Do we have anyone from the Inspector General's office? No. I think we do have someone from 311 somewhere.
Yes, hi.
Yes.
All right. Hi, my name is Naomi, and I'm your 311 ambassador. If you need to report non-emergency issues like potholes, water main breaks, missed trash, code violations, or challenges with city services, 311 offers 5 pathways to resolution. You can dial 311 on your phone Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. You can email atl311@atlantaga.gov. You can also set up your own account at www.atl311.com. Download the ATL 311 mobile app and chat with our virtual assistants. You can also contact us on social media to report issues. Our contact information and a survey link has been placed in the chat. I am here today to answer questions about 311 services, document cases required to escalation, and have someone follow up with you directly. I would ask that those who are able to use the chat function utilize the chat at this time for questions and report issues. For those who cannot, I will open the floor to any questions. Additionally, ATL 301 support system team has now extended hours of operation beginning April 14th. They will be open from 7 a.m. until midnight, Monday through Friday, to address all non-emergency qualities of life concerns. Flyers also placed in the chat. If you do not have a telephone number with an ATL area code, such as 470-770-678-404, etc., you will need to dial the 10-digit number 404-546-0311 for further assistance. And I am pretty much done. Do anyone have any questions for me?
Jim Moulton, I believe you have a question.
Hey there, I've reported a couple things to you, sent pictures to you. You said you were going to send, and I appreciate that you are the nicest, sweetest people that we talked to. You are very kind, but when it said I would get a report number and et cetera, I've had to push that up to other people that are following up with me. Atlanta DOT is working on it. I'm just disappointed that there is no follow up in this because do not have a number even to this date for multiple pieces that I've put out there, and I don't know how you go back and with the data and make it better, but I think you just need to look at it better because we've had several people that complain in the neighborhood. We brought it to the neighborhood or brought it to ATL 311 and didn't get a case number. That's it.
Okay, thank you for that. Just can I chat you individually and we can just go through this a one-on-one via
Absolutely.
chat? Okay, no
Absolutely.
problem.
I'll put my name and number in the chat.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Does anyone else have any additional questions?
Other questions for 311? No? All right, we can move on then. Do we have anyone here from 911? No? We have Clyde Mitchell here from the Ombudsman's Office.
Thank you, Jim. Good evening, everyone. My name is Clyde Mitchell. I'm your Neighborhood Relationship Manager in the Office of the Ombudsman of Neighborhoods. My contact information has already been put in the chat. Please reach out if we can assist you in any way. We can escalate concerns to departments, assist you in finding information. We mediate disputes and explore options to resolve outstanding, and I'm going to say this again, outstanding constituent and neighborhood issues. That means if you have a case number, it has not been attended to for a while, it's been too long, please shuttle that information to me and we see if we can escalate that. I have to give Jim Martin a special kudos for his 14 years persistence to get AutoZone cleaned up in other areas. We were able to do that after 14 years. So we are working. More people have discovered our departments as we get out there in the community. So things are coming in fast just to make the constituent situation with the city a little bit better. Jim, that's all I have.
Okay. Do we have any questions for the Ombudsman's Office? Yes, Charles. You're muted.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, I wanted to ask just for clarity for residents, how long is, I guess, considered, long enough for outstanding? Is it 30 days, 60 days? Is there a time or is it just kind of how you're feeling in response?
Well, it depends on the concern that you're trying to get straightened out. They may give you a number of days. If it's a pothole, they may give you like, okay, it's going to take 10 days to actually cure that situation. If it may be for traffic calming device, it may be at least 45 days or longer. If it may be for paving of a street, that could be longer. It all depends on once you send that information in, they should give you a case number, which I base everything on. That's my basis for getting things done and escalated. And they should give you a expected date for completion. And if they do go past that expected date for completion, that's when you can reach out to me because we have to give them an opportunity to cure the problem. I got you. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions for the ombudsman? No. All right. Moving on. Do we have anyone here from the Beltline? No. Okay. Let's see. Elected officials. I think I saw Dustin here. Are you here, Dustin? See your name in the thing.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yep. Would you like to tell us what's going on at City Council?
Sure. Just some quick updates. I know you'll have a long meeting tonight. The City Council approved the fiscal year 2026 budget, which of course has to be adopted by the end of June. We did it the first council meeting in June. It's a $975 million general fund budget with additional and separate accounts for watershed and the airport, since they are separate accounts totaling up to $3 billion. Won't go over everything, of course, since it's a 1,000+ page budget book, but some of the highlights were increases in public safety and community programs, affordable housing and homelessness support, infrastructure, and transit improvements, economic growth and job creation, and education and youth government. There was also, I know a lot of people are starting to get their property tax bills from Fulton County, and while Fulton County is responsible for your assessed value and a portion of your millage, the City of Atlanta portion of your millage rate was able to be decreased slightly. So you'll see some slight savings there. Legislation to Jim talked about the Galloway Fields legislation. I introduced the legislation for the city to acquire that, and you heard from Jim Moulton, of course, of how this side of the city does not really have a big offering of athletic fields. So the city's intention is to keep those fields in their place and improve them and add additional improvements such as playgrounds, et cetera, to some other unused space over there at Galloway Field. So hopefully that will be finalized here in the next month or so. We also adopted the Trails ATL master plan at that same meeting. So a number of new proposed trails across NPU-D. New changes to the TPO were adopted, including the millage rate, or not millage rate, but the recompense fee that has not been increased since 2001. That saw a substantial increase. And I will leave it at that. I did want to advise a lot of this on neighborhood chats and stuff, but just speaking in general, I want people to understand that specific zoning matters. Of course, NPU-D will take an advisory vote tonight, but just they do almost every meeting on zoning matters. That is an advisory vote to the ZRB. The ZRB will see an NPU vote as well as what they call a staff recommendation, and then that will be forwarded to the City Council Zoning Committee and then the full council. One thing I want to stress to people is that per state law, nothing that the city has implemented or done, but per state law, the last place for the public to make public comment on zoning matters is the zoning review board. So you cannot come to the zoning committee or the full council and comment specifically on zoning matters per state law. So just wanted to make sure everyone understand that and make plans to attend the ZRB as the place, last place for public comment. Of course, you can email me at any time and my colleagues, even after it goes through the ZRB. So thank you.
Okay. Speaking of emailing you, I did send an email to you and all of your council colleagues about that affordable housing ordinance. Did you read it or did it go straight to spam?
It was on the consent agenda, and I am not on the CDHS committee this year. So it wasn't pulled off consent and was approved on the consent agenda. And I did read the email. I thought you were talking about the ordinance, but I guess you were talking about the email. Yes, I received and read your
Okay.
email.
No, I got nothing, not even an acknowledgement that an email was sent. So I just wanted to make sure that people had seen it. And then I traded email with Alan Holmes this afternoon about the NPU boundary change, and he indicated that you are working on legislation.
Email you back on that. Waiting to hear back
Yes.
from the NPU coordinator, Ms. LaRue.
Okay.
But we have the legislation ready to go and introduced to fix that anomaly that has existed for quite a while.
Okay. And for folks who have not been around that long, we passed a resolution on that matter a few years ago. All right. Other questions for Dustin? Do we have any? No? All right. In that case, other elected officials, I think I saw Jennifer Freeman here. Did I? Or did
Yes,
I
sir.
Yes, I did. Okay.
How's everybody doing? I apologize in that I accidentally hit the unmute button and I saw immediately I was muted again. So I do apologize for that. I accidentally hit it. This is Jennifer Freeman. I work with Congresswoman Nikema Williams' office. We always like to come in and let you guys give you all an update on what's going on with the Congresswoman in the Fighting Fifth. There are two, I've already put my contact information in the chat. There are two flyers. One, there is a town hall meeting that the Congresswoman is having with Council Member Andrea Boone. So if you want to come out to the southwest side, feel free to do so. It's going to be next Tuesday, July 1st from 6 to 8 p.m. at C.T. Martin Recreation Center. The main topic will be about the budget and all the other wonderful things that are going on in D.C. The Congresswoman wants to hear from you, and she wants to give you an update on how she stands on some things as well. And then the second and final announcement has to do with the app competition. This is congressional app competition every year. This is an opportunity for high school students who love to create their own apps and coding. They can participate or enter in the competition. I will put the flyer in the chat. There's a QR code, and the deadline is October 30th. We're really encouraging teams for the students to submit in teams to enter into the competition. And that's all that I have. I'll be happy to take any questions or comments at this time. Thank you so much for your time and attention. And Jim, as always, thank you for the great work that you always doing as the chair. You hanging in there, I see.
Okay. Surviving.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any questions for Nikema Williams' office? No?
Okay. Thank you all so much for your time and attention. Everybody have a great evening.
Do we have any other elected officials or their representatives here? No.
Yes.
Yes.
You have Amber Madison here with Councilmember Bond's office.
Oh, is Amber Madison and Amber McCurry the same person?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I didn't realize that. Sorry. I knew the Amber Madison name. I didn't recognize the McCurry.
The McQuarrie, yeah. I didn't change it this time.
Okay.
Okay. Again, my name is Amber Madison, McQuarrie Madison from Councilmember Michael Julian Bond's office. Atlanta ATL Fresh and Free will be July the 2nd at Mount Vernon Baptist Church. That's the corner of Benjamin and Lyndhurst Drive at 2 p.m. That's pretty much all I have for you guys. If you have any questions for Councilmember Bond's office, our contact information is 404-330-6770. Councilmember Bond's email is mbond@atlantagA.gov, and mine is amadison@atlantagA.gov. I'd be happy to take any questions at this time, and the council member can call you directly if need be.
Okay. Do we have questions for Councilman Bond's office? I guess you heard the question I asked Dustin about, did my email fall on deaf ears? I would repeat that question to Councilman Bond because I heard nothing back from anyone on council on the matter.
Personally, I did see your email actually, and it was printed and put on his desk, so it has been received. I
Okay.
I didn't it wasn't responded to, but it has been received. Thank you.
That's reassuring. All right. Moving on. Oh, do we have any questions for Councilman Bond's office? No. All right. Moving on then. Let's see. Nate Hutzler is vacationing in sunny Iceland, I believe.
Yes.
And Susan Coleman is here in his stead and will give us a
Yes.
planner's report, right?
Yes, exactly. Hello, everyone. I am Susan Coleman, and I am substituting for Nate this month because he is in Iceland. I do have a few items I need to report on, not a great deal, but I'm going to go right into it. The following applications were supported by the NPU and approved by the ZRB in May, and that was Z2482 and Z2510. The NPU voted to not support Z254, and in May, the ZRB voted to approve the application. Additionally, the NPU voted to support, and this is your NPU, by the way, to support V2529 at 2032 Spikes Street, and then BZA voted to deny the application. The life cycle of all applications to come through this body is available on the NPU dashboard. We encourage you to visit the dashboard at the npuatlanta.org, and I will put that in the chat as well with the other announcements I will make. All NPUs, all 25 NPU recommended support for the update to the Comprehensive Development Plan, Plan A. The Department of City Planning appreciates your participation in a remarkable 18 months of engagement. City Council will take their final action at the Community Development and Human Service Committee on June 24th, and at the full council committee, I think someone mentioned this, on July 7th. You can keep up with the final steps and adopt the draft on atlforall.com. And lastly, the NPU University has partnered with the Urban League Institute to host the popular Urban Plan Academy, a one-day course on how real estate development shapes our neighborhoods. Strengthening your voice as a community advocate, learn what gets built and why. Enrollment is limited and open to the public. So if you want to do that, please go to npuatlanta.org. And that is all for today. And like I said, I will paste all of this in the chat for the planner's report. If there's any questions you would like to ask me for what I just read, I'm here and I'll be here for the matters for voting as well.
Okay. And I would like to amplify on that Urban Planning Academy remark. It's super duper fun. So I would totally do it a second time, except they said you can only do it once. So I recommend it.
Okay.
Jim Moulton, you have a question?
I'm just going to recommend that everyone who thinks about any of the zoning, that thinks about any of these different ways that the city is changing, the NPU University is fabulous. It's I'm sure Jim and I are both citizen planner certificate, people here. We've done a large number of hours in bylaws, in zoning, and how to talk to your people. It really is informative. Even if you just want to learn specific pieces, be a part of it. It really does help you have that conversation.
Okay. Do we have any more questions for our planner? Nope. All right. In that case, we can move on to our business items. The first of which is a special event permit for West Side Stride 2025. As y'all may recall, Charles, your hand is raised. Did you have a question?
I do. And possibly maybe this question is particularly for Dustin or the other council members. Wanted to just learn if he could give a little insight, because I think maybe a lot of folks want to know about possibly zoning appeals, how that works, or how citizens can make an impact outside of just voicing concerns. is getting some messages. I just wanted to bring it to the floor. If we could get a little more insight into how this could be relevant to citizens who are looking to make an impact. We know it goes to the ZRB, but just wanted to get a little more insight to make sure we can get some more information about it if possible.
Okay. This is probably not a good format to go into the weeds on all of that, but the short answer is any administrative decision can be appealed to the BZA, and any decision whatsoever can be appealed in Superior Court. So those are the only appeal processes that I'm aware of.
Correct, just Superior Court and boarding BZA, but I just wanted to take a quick second to touch on it because I know a lot of people it's a hot topic. So
okay, and yeah, so I don't know. Does anybody, Planner or Gustin or anybody else, want to add anything to that?
No, not really. I mean, it's just as simple as you just mentioned, Mr. Martin. It's not any more than that. So that's all. I mean, I'm with the Urban Design Commission. It's a similar, same process. Any administrative things, you go to the Urban Design Commission, and any well, any other ones, you're gonna go to the Superior Court. I don't know what else to
Okay,
say.
That's great. Thank you.
All right. So as I said, moving on to business matters. West Side Stride 2025, for those who may have participated in the last couple of years, this is the event where we close Howell Mill Road, a good long section of it, to cars and have a big street festival instead. And it is scheduled for October the 5th this year. And do we have Brian Goodman here to talk about it? Maybe? I have no idea who else here right now. Brian, are you here? No, Brian? Okay, I don't know whether or not Brian is required to attend. I know alcohol license applicants are. Oh, wait, Don, your hand is raised.
Motion to approve.
Okay, so on the assumption that Brian is not required to attend, Don has made a motion to approve. So is there a second?
Second.
I heard Eva first. Okay. So you can put your hand down now, Don, unless you have something else to say. Do you have something else to say, Don? Okay. Okay. So for those who are not familiar with our processes, this will be your first foray into them. We are going to vote on this. The way we are going to vote on this is that I am going to launch a poll. Everyone here will have the chance to respond to that poll by telling us either they are in favor of the motion, which is that we approve of West Side Stride. They are opposed to the motion, meaning they do not want to approve of West Side Stride. And that doesn't necessarily mean they wish to deny West Side Stride, just that they wish to do something else, right? You can tell us you wish to abstain from the vote, or you can tell us you are not a voting member of the body. So everyone here can respond to the poll. People who are unable to respond to the poll, either because I have made you a co-host, or because you're having technical difficulties, or because you are the second person at a particular connection, will have an opportunity after the poll has closed to also respond, right? So I hope that everyone is clear on that point. I'm going to bring up the polls. I am going to launch the poll. So you all see this, right? If you are in favor of the motion, which is that we approve West Side Stride, you can tell us that. If you are opposed to the motion, meaning you do not wish to approve West Side Stride, you can tell us that. You can abstain, or you can tell us you are not a voting member. We have 187 people in the room right now, so we should have well over 100 responses to this question, right? While people in the room are responding, Eva, you are here at My Connection with Me. How do you feel about it? Okay, so Eva approves, as do I. And see, how are we doing? The numbers are still changing, so I'm going to keep the poll open until the numbers stabilize. And they are still changing.
For some reason, I can't see the.
It's okay. If you can't see the poll, you're having technical difficulties. It's not a problem. Wait until the poll is over. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. I'm just waiting to see the numbers stop changing on the poll. Been over a minute, so I'm going to assume everyone has had a chance. I'm going to end the poll and share the results with everybody. And what we see is that 117 people are in favor, that 7 people are opposed, and that 16 people wish to abstain. Okay. Now, people who were unable for whatever reason to respond to the poll, I imagine that, Maya, your hand is raised. Are you a person unable to respond to the poll?
Correct.
And how do you feel about this?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And Jarrett, you probably couldn't because I made you a co-host, right?
Great. I'm in favor.
Okay. Anybody else unable to respond to the poll? Going once. Going twice. All right. In that case, we have 121 people in favor, 7 opposed, and 16 abstaining. So we approve of the West Side Stride. Moving on. We have Revel, which is licensed as a convention center to serve alcohol at 1778 Ellsworth Industrial Boulevard, and they are looking to change their agent. Do we have Mr. Thomas here? Heather, your hand is raised.
Yeah, Jim, I have a question, especially for people that aren't used to the way this process works. For those that are voting, typically, and I believe this is at the bottom of the minutes, about if you have a stake in the vote.
We will be getting to that.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you.
As I said at the beginning of the meeting, I have quite a few procedural comments that I intend to make before we address Z2538, and I held off on making them at the beginning of the meeting so that people arriving late wouldn't be uninformed. Yes. So, Revel, do we have Mr. Thomas here?
Mr. Thomas.
Hey, Jim. Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Right.
Where are you? There you are. Yes. What would you like to tell us about your business?
We're a multi-use event space. We do everything from live entertainment to private parties. We're about to start doing brunch also. Like I said, we're just a multi-use facility.
Okay. We've had a lot of complaints from your neighbors about blocking off the end of Ellsworth and overflow parking. Have you made
Really?
an effort to reach out to your neighbors to resolve these matters?
I wasn't aware. When you say walking across, I'm sorry. Can you explain that to me?
Your neighbors, specifically the Works development, have complained that during your events, you close off the end of Ellsworth, a public street, and they are unable to access some of their parking, and that quite often you are using their parking.
I wasn't aware of that, but that's nothing that can't be rectified. That'll be corrected.
Okay.
Jim, I want to chime in if I could. I represent and also do a lot of the compliance here at Revel, so I'll be following up with Mr. Thomas. So we do have parking, and we have also leased additional parking space outside of the parking that we have, and we're unaware of the WeWorks complaint, but I will personally be following back up with them. We do have additional parking for our overflow. I think we purchased an additional 30 or so spaces outside of that to rectify if there is some issue, but we are definitely unaware of any complaints, if there's a contact person that we could get to, or I may have, I'm not sure where the complaints are going. I could personally reach out and go over there.
Okay, I can pass that information on to you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? No. All right. This business is in Underwood Hills. Would someone from Underwood Hills like to make a motion with regard to this matter?
I'll make a motion
Okay. What is your motion?
to approve.
To approve. Okay. Maya has made a motion to approve. Is there a second? Eva,
This is
suppose
Dr. Shrita Howard. I'll make the second, or does it have to be from that community?
No, it doesn't. I'm sorry, Sharita, you second? All right. So the motion has been made and properly seconded. Heather, your hand is raised again, or did I not notice that it stayed up the whole time?
No, we can. Sorry, can we clarify what the motion is to approve?
Right. I
People
understand.
got lost in that exchange.
Yep, I understand. So we have a motion that's been properly made and seconded that we recommend approval of the liquor license change of agent for Revel, right? And that is the motion on the floor. Everybody clear on that point? Okay, so I am going to once again launch a poll with all of the same options that you had before. So if you are in favor, you can tell us, opposed, abstain, not a voting member of the body, right? We're all clear on that. So let me, whoops, find the poll, stop sharing, and back, and launching the poll. Okay, right. So same as before. If you are in favor of the motion, which is that we approve the liquor license change of agent, you may tell us that. Opposed, you can tell us that, or abstaining. While that is going on here in the room, Eva. Eva will abstain. Okay. All right. Numbers are changing still, so I'm going to wait a little longer. Still changing. Somebody just turned on their microphone. Thank you. All right, so it's been over a minute. I'm going to end the poll and share the results. So we have 91 in favor. We have 14 opposed. And we have 54 abstaining. All right. And let's see, Jarrett, I assume you were once again unable to respond. What's that? Abstaining. Okay. Anybody else unable to respond? No. All right. In that case, we have 91 in favor, 15 opposed, and 56 abstaining. Right. Moving on, we have a liquor license change of agent application for your third spot at 400 Chattahoochee Row, which is in the works development. Is Mr. Malcolm here?
Yes, sir. That's
Yes.
me. I'm here.
Okay. What would you like to tell us about your business?
If I could, my name is Amanda Torres. I'm here with Sard & Leff attorneys on behalf of Third Spot Atlanta LLC. And I can give a brief overview of the application.
Okay, by all means.
All right. So the application is for a change of agent, as you mentioned, at your third spot. It is currently licensed as an open air cafe with malt beverages, wine, and distilled spirits consumed on premise with live entertainment and customer dancing. The business has been licensed to sell alcohol since 2022, but there have been no history of any violations since that time. Since this is only a change of agent application, there's no operational changes going on with the business. The proposed agent is Mr. Campbell Malcolm. He is the front of the house manager at your third spot and has been with the business since 2022. He's on premises for approximately 60 hours per week, and he has more than 5 years of managerial experience. And then when it comes to training at your third spot, all of the employees are tips trained and complete an in-house training. And they are all required to request identification from any patrons who wish to purchase alcoholic beverages. So that's just a general overview of the application, and we're happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Okay. Do we have any questions for this applicant? No. Would someone again? Okay. Eva has made a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Kevin?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Everybody understand the motion, which is that we approve this change of agent request for the third spot, right? All right. In that case, we will once again get a poll going here. As soon as I find it. There we are. Launching the poll. Okay, so you can tell us you're in favor, you can tell us you're opposed, you can tell us you want to abstain, or you can tell us you are not a voting member. And I'll leave that poll open for a few minutes. Eva, while that is going on, you approve. That would be two of us. Okay. All right. Let the poll settle down here. Still changing. We'll give it another 10 seconds. Okay, I'm going to end the poll, share the results. So we have 118 in favor. We have one opposed, and we have 32 abstaining. People who were unable to respond to the poll. Bob, your hand is raised.
Yes, since Karen and I are both watching from my laptop, how do both of us vote?
Well, one of you votes the poll, and the other of you raises his hand, as you have, and says, whoever it was that didn't cast the poll vote is whatever it is. So
Okay.
what is your or Karen's vote?
My vote is in favor.
Okay. Good enough. Jarrett, you were also unable to respond to the poll?
In favor.
Okay. Anybody else unable to respond to the poll? No? All right. In that case, it is 122 to 1 to 32, and we are in favor. Right? Okay. Moving on, we have a special use permit for a truck maintenance and repair yard at 2770 Peyton Road. That is in Riverside. And let's see, is Terry Bailey representing this?
Yes, sir. What's up? How you doing, Jim? Long time no see. Hope you're well.
Doing fine. What would you like to tell us about this?
Yeah, so my client is purchasing the property at 2770 Peyton Road. The current use of that property is a truck parking, maintenance, and repair facility, and it has been so for the at least for the last 15, 20 years, as I understand it. We are requesting a special use permit because no special use permit exists now, and my client intends to purchase the property in full compliance with the requirements of the city of Atlanta. There's no new development proposed. Nothing is changing about the use or the site in and of itself. As a point of order and a procedural standpoint, we were supposed to be at Riverside neighborhood meeting last week. I was coming from another meeting in Tucker, and my GPS took me to Firehouse 28 instead of Public House 28. And by the time I got there, they had already done with all their voting matters. So at that point, I spoke with the members of Riverside community that were still there. And at least as I was, it was communicated to me, there was no apparent opposition, but we were going to go back to Riverside in July to confirm that and get an actual vote. So for tonight, I am not requesting a vote from you all, as we have not received a vote from Riverside as of yet. To the extent someone's asking for my confirmation, which I think I see in the chat, my email address is hbailey, that's HBAILEY at Clarkhill, CLARKHILL.com. You can reach me there. I'll answer any questions you might have.
Okay, so when you say you're not requesting a vote, it is a business item for us. So even if we defer, we will need to vote to defer. We can't simply
that's fine.
Sit here,
yeah, that's
sit
fine.
here and do nothing. Okay,
that's fine.
To be clear, you can continue your current operation, or your client can continue his current operation without the special use permit because it is a grandfathered nonconformity, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so technically you don't need the special use permit. Is that right?
Correct. But my
Okay.
client is hypersensitive to compliance issues and wants to make sure that if they're operating a truck parking, maintenance, and repair facility on that site, even though it's zone light industrial and it allows that use with the special use permit and it has the legal existing nonconformity, he wants to go ahead and get the actual special use permit so that he can sleep well at night.
Okay. Let's see. Bobby, your hand has gone up and down a couple times. Did you have something to say about all this?
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Bailey. Hey, this is Bobby. I spoke to you on the phone a couple times.
Hey, Bobby.
Just to clarify, so you're saying the city already told you it's delayed a month? Is that correct?
That is correct. So when they started doing the agendas for the July ZRB, they're only having one hearing in July. And so Louisa Tovar, who is our planner on this particular project, reached out to me to convey to me that our case will be moved to the August CRB agenda as opposed to the July agenda because it's full and they only have one hearing in July as opposed to two. So we won't be going to ZRB until August, which is why it's fine for us to come back to Riverside next month and then subsequently to NPU-D next month for an actual vote either up or down.
Okay. So, given that, would somebody, preferably from Riverside, like to make a motion? Don, your hand is raised.
Motion to defer.
Okay.
Second.
Ooh. Wow, that was impressive. Heather, are you sitting in a room with two computers? Is that why it does that? Okay, so we had a motion to defer from Don, seconded from Heather. Everybody understand the motion, which is that we defer. So that now the question being one of deferral means that when you approve the motion, you are approving a deferral. You are not approving the application, right? If you deny the motion, if you vote to deny the motion, you want to do something other than deferring, right? The question is one of deferral. So you're going to see the same set of choices that you did before when I launched the poll, which I am about to do. As soon as I can find it, there we go. Right. So if you are in favor of deferral, you can tell us that. If you want to do something else, you are not in favor of deferral, you can tell us that. Or abstain or tell us that you are not a voting member, just like before. While that is going on, Eva, you are in favor. That would be two of us here then. Okay. I'm going to leave the poll open while people are responding. And okay, things seem to have stabilized. It's been a minute, so I will end the poll and share the results. There are 114 people in favor of deferring. There are 2 people opposed to deferring, and there are 34 people abstaining from deferring. Is there any, let's see. Jarrett, you were unable to respond once again?
In favor.
Okay. Anyone else unable to respond? Bob, I assume you and Karen are still at the same connection?
Yes.
Yes, I'm also in favor.
Okay. Anybody else unable to respond? No. All right. In that case, it is 118 to 2 to 34, and we are deferring. Moving on, we come to Z2538. As I mentioned, I had some procedural comments on that before we address the issue itself. Okay, so to begin with, we are not here to rehash the Bolton neighborhood meeting. I understand that it was chaotic, punctuated by technical problems, personality conflicts, and ultimately inconclusive in that it did not result in a clear recommendation. That is simply how things are. If you are a Bolton resident and want to try again, deferral by this body is always an option. Point number 2, I received a lot of email over the question of whether or not Claiborne Place homeowners who are voting members of this body are eligible to vote on this issue. It is my opinion and my ruling as the chairman that they are not because of their financial interest in the underlying real estate transaction. We will not be debating my opinion tonight. Any ruling that I make may be appealed to the body, so my word is not final on this or any procedural question. I hope that is clear. I did reach out to the city's parliamentary authority on this question. What I heard from him was, according to Robert's rules, even an indirect financial interest should cause a member of the body to abstain from voting. The difference between that and our bylaws is the difference between a should and a must. It was also his opinion that the meaning of direct in our bylaws depends on the intent of the drafters of our bylaws. As I was present for those, I believe my interpretation is reasonable, but again, that decision can be appealed to the body. Our voting system, as you just witnessed, is one where everyone is able to vote despite being ineligible or perhaps not even a voting member of this body. Our bylaws give me the authority to nullify a recommendation that appears to have been influenced by invalid votes, which I can only determine after the fact. This is a huge hassle, and I have plenty of work to do already. Please keep that in mind. We will vote on motions until one is approved. That may be a motion to approve the rezoning, to conditionally approve the rezoning, to deny the rezoning, or to defer the case. The failure of a motion to approve does not automatically result in a recommendation of denial. That can only result from dealing with a motion to deny. Sometimes people seem to believe that cases can be talked to death. There are no filibusters at NPU-D, just occasionally some very late nights. A recommendation of denial should be accompanied by a rationale supporting that recommendation. Although this is not a requirement for making a motion, our recommendation will be received as advice by the ZRB. They may choose to ignore it if they believe that it is not based on sound reasoning. If it is based on concerns over traffic and parking, They are not likely to be sympathetic to our position based on my past experience with the ZRB. The ZRB meeting is the public hearing for this case. Anyone can attend that meeting and speak either in support of or in opposition to whatever the recommendation of this body is. I hope all that is clear. Don, you have a question on procedural matters. We have not yet introduced the case itself.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm looking at the notes on the side here. Clyburn, they want a clarification on Claiborne,
They want a clarification of what?
whether they can vote or not.
Okay, so let me go over that one more time. The answer is no. If you are a Clyburn Place homeowner, you cannot vote. And that is my decision as the chairman. If you think I am in error in making that decision, you may appeal that decision to this body. You may say, I think Jim Martin is misinterpreting the bylaws, and I would like to appeal his decision that Clyburn Place homeowners are not able to vote on this issue. It is your right to make that appeal to the body, right? If you do not, then my decision will stand and we will move forward with this.
There's 5 people appealing, 6 in the
There's
notes.
nobody appealing until somebody raises their hand and says, I would like to make a motion to appeal this to the body, right? We do not do this in the chat.
Yeah, thank you.
So, and we also don't shout, we raise our hands. Mary, you have a question or a comment or something.
Motion to appeal that decision, please.
Okay, motion to appeal from Mary Quinn. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second. Okay. And so the basis of the appeal is that Clyburn Place homeowners do not have a financial interest in this, or that it is indirect.
Is your computer muted? Sorry, I was just making sure my husband's computer was muted. Individual owners will not financially benefit from the sale of this land.
So they have no financial interest in it. Although the homeowners association of which you are members is in fact selling land to the developer who is the applicant. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, my volume was down because we have 2 computers going. Could you say that again?
Okay. Yes. Your homeowners association in which you are a member owns this land and is selling it to this developer. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you
and
have...
I would like to clarify that we are also the most directly impacted by any development that would happen on this land. My own property actually backs up to this parcel of land.
I understand.
So by not letting us vote, you're not letting a voting block of residents who are the most impacted by the development on this land.
I understand, but the question of whether or not you can vote has to do with your financial interest, not with your proximity, right?
But I, as an owner,
living
will
next
not
door
benefit
is not disqualifying. Having a financial interest is disqualifying, right?
I don't have a financial interest.
I understand. I understand that's your position. Evan, you have a question on this matter.
Hi. Yeah, so I live at Claiborne. We do not have a direct financial interest. I understand why you are saying we have an indirect interest, but I would argue that that could apply to literally anybody in the vicinity who could indirectly benefit from potential property appreciation values.
Okay.
So yeah, I would say that that logic could extend.
I understand.
Yeah.
And
so
I understand. Okay. So you are essentially reiterating what Mary said.
Yes. Okay. I understand your concern about indirect financial interest, but I think it's a slippery
again. So we're going to get around to voting on this. We don't need to repeat things before voting on them, right? Andy, you have your hand raised.
Has Evan Wallace directly signed a statement as a property owner representing Claiborne Association, Inc.? I would say that he has a financial interest as well as the association.
Well, and that is essentially the issue before us that we are going to deal with. I have
Jim, can I say something?
Can you say something? You can raise your
Yeah, I'm
hand.
trying to figure out how to raise my hand, and
It's in the
I can't
reactions
figure it
button
out.
at the bottom of your screen. Okay. And by the way,
Okay,
Evan, your hand is still raised. It's in the reactions button at the bottom of your screen. And by the way, Evan, your hand is still raised. And if you can't figure it out, after Dominique has made his comments, we will call on you. Dominique.
Thank you.
Yes, just going to sort of rule of order. The direct financial interest is typically when the recipient of when the party.
I'm sorry, your audio is not good.
Have a. Right, can you hear me?
I can hear some words, but not all the words.
All right, is this any?
I got 4 words in a row and then nothing.
Okay, I'm going to just start speaking. As it relates to the rule of order and as far as direct benefit of the direct financial benefit, it should be specific to the parties of the transaction. And so if the homeowners are not a party to the transaction, then there should not be they should not be considered a direct financial benefactor. To that extent, everyone in NPU-D has an indirect financial benefit to where there is an increase in market value of our properties. So while I'm not a Claiborne resident, I am advocating for the residents of Claiborne to have a voting right in this matter, unless there is a confirmed and you can present to us confirmation that they are parties to the transaction associated to this development.
Right. As I have stated, I consulted the city's parliamentary authority on this, so I'm not just making it up.
That's not what's being raised, Jim. I want to maintain order here as far as a citizen, and what I'm stating is, and again, you have the right, but if you're not presenting to us that you have the proof that they are direct recipients in this transaction, I think it should stand that they are not a direct financial recipient of this benefit.
I understand. Okay. Stephen, you have a question, comment? Stephen, you're muted. Stephen, your hand is raised and you are muted. Oh, Derek figured out how to raise his hand. Stephen, your hand is raised and you're still muted. So, Derek, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I do. So I have the contract with the HOA, and I do not have a direct contract with any homeowner. So when you say you got to look at the bylaws, it says direct financial interest. Direct financial interest is capitalized, but not defined. So then where do you go next? Typically, you follow the cash. I was going to finish my thought.
With the city's parliamentary authority on this matter.
I know, and I've talked to others too.
And what the city's parliamentary authority says is the meaning of the word depends on the intention of the drafters of the document. It is
so
not
your intention when you said a direct financial benefit, your intention to me, what it seems like is there's 2 people selling homes. I have a contract with them. It's direct. When I buy the land from them, it directly goes into their bank account. Let's talk about what happens to Claiborne residents. I have a contract with the HOA. So that money goes into an HOA bank account. You've just excluded renters, people who may sell their home before this transaction closes, people who may sell their home before they get a indirect benefit by lower, let me finish, by lower HOA benefit in the future. This is literally the direct, this is the definition of indirect. They're indirectly benefiting. When you made this intent, you can say that was your intent, but when you made this intent, it was for a homeowner selling their home that's leaving the neighborhood, not 52 homeowners who I build homes in their backyard. I've been working with every day to figure out how to screen their homes, how to make something good for them. You silenced all of them. And
I have not silenced anyone.
Interpretation of a word that is undefined in the bylaws. So everyone be aware of that. But we can move forward with the vote. You can exclude them. That's fine. It's your decision. You can make it innocent advisory vote and you can exclude them. But I think they should be accounted for because you're excluding people who have no benefit.
I understand.
At all.
And to be clear, you are a person who has an enormous benefit.
I do.
And I am also
I'm
screwing
speaking up
you.
for the others that you're silencing.
Okay. So can we move on from that now? Because we have an issue on the floor and people seem to be repeating the same point over and over again, which is not getting us close to voting on that issue. And we're going to have to extend the meeting in a minute in order to deal with this. Stephen, you have something to say about all this?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I live in Claiborne. I'm a first-time home buyer, and I just want to stress that we do live in condos.
You what? We've lost you.
That is disrespectful. I would like to say the areas that we own, the entire interior property of our homes. We don't own the exterior. We don't profit from the exterior of our homes, from the land. And to an extension of that, yes, we have an HOA. That HOA is in charge of the land, and we have a separate organization that is attached to that. None of us in Claiborne have a say on the outside of our homes. We only can control the interior of our properties. That's what a condo is. So, that being said, as a resident of Claiborne, we do not have a financial interest. Yes, our land is 60 plus years old and falling apart. And I will be begging and pleading that you please benefit our community. Same as a lot of the developments that have happened in this area. I cannot stress enough that not one person in Claiborne is going to benefit millions of dollars or $200 from this development. We just want to help our community, to build it up. And that's it.
Okay. Christine, you wish to speak to this?
Yes, would our next step be to make a motion to?
We have a motion. We are not voting because people wish to speak.
Move to vote. I said I would move to vote.
Well, okay, but parliamentary procedure doesn't work that way. So you could, in concept, move to call the question, which would cause this meeting to drag on a whole lot longer, or you could let these other people speak. Okay. Alexis, you wish to speak to this?
Yeah, I would just like clarification. So I know you said that you spoke to the city parliamentarian and from my understanding, what you said encouraged you to go back to the intention of the writers of the bylaws. Is that correct?
Okay, I didn't speak. I sent email and I saw
Okay,
the response. Sorry. I saw the response to my email a half an hour before this meeting began. So what the city's parliamentary authority, he's not the city's parliamentarian, he's under contract, the city said, was whether an interest is direct or indirect depends on the intention of the drafters of the bylaws. Now, whether that is direct or indirect, the people involved should abstain from voting. Whether they must abstain from voting depends on one's interpretation of direct.
So thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. So is that our interpretation of direct or your interpretation? Because from my understanding, so I work for the federal government. And so in regulatory laws, we have something that say you shall and something that says you should. So shall means that it's enforceable by law. That means that you must not do that. Should is considered best practice. So my understanding of what you're saying is that, hey, yeah, maybe they should, but it's not a shall. They shall not vote. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, then how are you? So also, who's the writers of? Okay.
If the interest is direct, they may not vote.
But you said should. No, that's not.
If the interest is indirect, they
you said
should not vote. That is the distinction.
Okay.
Okay.
And so we've kind of established that it's not a direct benefit.
No, we have
correct?
not established any such thing. Several people have said that is their opinion, and we would not be having this debate if I shared their opinion.
Okay. So then I guess if we're going off of the drafter's interpretation, who drafted the bylaws? Was it you?
It was a group of people, and I was one of them.
Are they all here? So then how do we know what their
No,
intentions?
they
How
are
can you
they are
speak to
not all
that?
here. Many of them
Okay,
have
then,
been dead for years.
oh, wow. Okay. So we're speaking off of something that I assume was written
Even-
decades ago that you're interpreting that we don't know is true of their intention. Is that correct?
Yes, you are free to interpret it differently. That is why we are having this discussion. Right?
So how do we move forward to let Claiborne residents vote?
We need to let everyone who has their hand raised speak. We now have 6 people with their hands raised, and when those people are done speaking, we will vote on this matter.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jaren, you wish to speak to this?
I do. So this, like many people, this is the third time we've met. New information has been introduced as of today, basically saying that a group of residents who have been active and engaged cannot vote.
That
Based on
information
this
is not new.
it was communicated as of today. Would you disagree with that?
It was communicated by me to everyone who asked several weeks ago.
So why wasn't
Eric,
it
would you
mentioned
care to
last
verify
week?
that fact? Because you emailed me about this, I believe, 4 times.
Jaron Turner emailed you about this 4 times? Jaron Turner did not.
Derek Turner emailed me with that very question on multiple occasions, and I gave him exactly the answer. I spoke to this body this evening. He has been aware of this for, I don't know, it was about a week now, something like that. Derek,
He's been aware that Claiborne's vote was in question because I just was at a meeting last week for 3 hours voting on conditions as well as voting on the rezoning for this to only come today to find out, I listened to you, to find out that 52 units would be excluded from a vote. I don't think that that's fair, nor do I think it's lawful for one person to interpret this. And so if we're going to go there, I don't want to move and delay this anymore. But if you're saying that 52 votes won't be counted, even though all of my neighbors have assumed and been told that they're going to be a part of this and very engaged, I almost move that we postpone this and escalate it because I would assume that there's someone above you to escalate the interpretation of if we can vote or not.
Well, I mean, you are free to query whoever you want with the city on the matter. I queried everyone I know. Okay. Point number 1.
And have those people been documented?
Point number 2, I have kept this a secret from absolutely no one, including Derek. And he could have told you, or you could have asked me. So no, this is not a big secret. Point number 3, I am not acting unilaterally. We are about to have a vote on this matter. Okay? The only reason we haven't already had a vote on this matter is because a bunch of people want to talk.
Because the people were just notified that they came to vote.
I understand that people
and now they're not able
are
to vote.
surprised to find out something that they made no effort to discover in the past. I'm sorry about that, but that's the way it is. Now, we could, in concept, defer the matter before us now. However, that would be hugely problematic because it would then require us to defer the matter subsequent to this. Because if we haven't decided who can vote on the zoning case, we can't very well vote on the zoning case, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Which excludes us from both, it sounds like, which
nobody
then
has
puts
been
us...
excluded from anything. The question before us is who may vote on this matter? It is not this matter itself. That question has not yet come before us. By the way, it's now 9:08. Would somebody please make a motion to extend the meeting past 9 o'clock?
I make a motion to extend the meeting past 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay. That was Amina.
Second.
Right?
Yes.
And who seconded? Sorry.
Second. Jim
I would
Mulder.
like to go on record
Is that Jim?
to say...
Hang on, please. Jim and Amina,
Yes,
right?
it is. It is me.
I would like to go... Yes.
I'm with you.
I would like to go on record to say if Claiborne, based on the interpretation of what has just been provided to you, and you said that information came from the city of Atlanta 30 minutes before you joined the call. So I do think it's new information. If Claiborne cannot vote, I don't think any other resident in the neighborhood needs to vote because this is the largest community And we have been engaged this whole time. It just seems quite interesting that in the ninth hour, we're now talking about something that impacts 52 units.
Okay, once again, there are no surprises here. This has all been known. This has all been known to anyone who has inquired. So I'm sorry you weren't informed about the matter. If I was you, I'd be pretty angry with Derek here, who went and found out all this information and then kept it a secret from you. But hey, not my problem. Right now, we have a question on the floor that we're going to try to address as soon as we can get to it, right?
Okay.
Okay. And you can appeal the outcome of that, the fact that we're having the debate in the first place, whatever, to whomever you wish. Okay.
Yes.
Right now, the appeal before us is before the body, of which, by the way, you are a member, right? So this appeal is an appeal that you, among others, are about to rule on, right?
But I'm a member of, I live in Claiborne. So you say
Yes.
I'm a member.
You live in
but
Claiborne, and therefore you are a member of NPU-D. You are a voting member of NPU. You could have voted on any
I
of the
could
matters
not
before us
vote
up until
on.
now.
Yeah,
No.
so you're saying I can vote on everything except for the one
You can
and the
vote
reason why I
on
joined
this
today.
appeal. You can vote on your right to vote, right? There is an appeal before the body. You are a member of the body, right? Hang on, Eva, please. So we are trying to get to that question right now, and we haven't gotten there yet. Charles.
I just wanted to say if you could clarify what the motion to vote is on. A lot of questions, but I'm just trying to get
right. Okay. What we have is an appeal of my decision to the body over who is eligible to vote on the zoning question, which is Z2538, right? That is what has been appealed to the body, properly moved, it was seconded. So
we are voting on the matter if Claiborne can vote.
Right. We are voting on the matter of voting, not on the outcome of the underlying zoning case, right? I hope that's clear. Kevin. You wish to speak to this, Kevin?
Hey, Jim. Yeah, thank you. It is my understanding that the builder is connecting the whetstone path at his expense, and that would also be at the financial benefit of the direct financial benefit of NPU-D. So I don't know if you considered that.
NPU-D has no finances.
Correct, but okay, so you could say all the members living within NPU-D, right? So there is a direct
say a lot of things. I mean, we had this discussion when we drafted the bylaws because things of the sort you are now saying came up, right? Mm-hmm. My neighbor wishes to rezone his property. That may affect my property value. Do I have a financial interest in that? And what we decided was, in that case, no.
I think in this case, though, the reason I wanted to draw a distinction is there's physical path going in at the builder's expense that we as a community financially benefit from. And I just didn't know if that was part of something that you took under consideration. That's my whole point.
No, I did not. The only thing I took under consideration was the fact that the seller of this property is the homeowners association. Susan, you have a comment, question?
Well, I do. I just want to make it clear. I am not recording the vote of whether the Claiborne residents can vote. Okay. I will not be recording. I'm only going to be recording the actual voting matter. Okay.
Okay. I mean,
so I just want to make sure
it's going to be a matter of public record because it will be in the minutes.
So. Exactly. I just want people to understand that and you to understand that. Okay.
Okay. Right. All right. So, Sharita.
Actually, I was one of the people who did look at the bylaws. That is actually here at the meeting. And I remember it very clearly. The other person who mentioned they are with Fed, I am also a U.S. federal attorney on Capitol Hill and here in Atlanta. And one of the things that I looked at when that bylaw component piece was there was mainly the OCGA codes that apply mostly to HOAs underneath that. And I have posted them in the chat. So Although everyone is not here, I will say that I am here and I do remember the conversation around that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So all the raised hands have done speaking. Eva, if the only thing you're going to say is why don't we vote now, saying it will delay that vote. I would like to call the vote. Call for the vote. Okay, that would delay it even more, Eva. Maybe you should just be quiet right now. Okay. All right. So now we are going to vote as we voted before. There, Haley, you wish to speak to this? You're muted, Haley. You're still muted.
Hi, so sorry, I was trying to come off mute. I just wanted to clarify. I feel like the discussion has gotten a little bit derailed with Claiborne being able to vote or not, which I adamantly believe they should be able to. But can you please clarify for everybody exactly what the vote is? I know we're discussing rezoning, but can you go over a little bit more? Zone this to zone that.
I'm going
and
to do that.
implications.
Okay. Yep. What we are voting on now is the eligibility of Claiborne Place homeowners to vote on the zoning of this property that they now own or that their association now owns rather, and that Mr. Turner is proposing to buy, right? That is the question. Eligibility to vote, right? I have offered my opinion. It has been appealed to this body. We are voting on that appeal. Clear, I hope, right? So, as before, I am going to launch a poll. If you are in favor of the motion, you are supporting the appeal, you believe that the Claiborne Place homeowners are eligible to vote on the rezoning of this property. If you are opposed to the appeal, you are supporting the original decision, which is they are not eligible to vote on the rezoning of this property. You are also, of course, free to abstain if you do not have an opinion, and you can tell us you are not a voting member. So this is going to look exactly like the other votes. So the thing you need to keep in mind is what in favor of means. It is in favor of the appeal, in favor of the eligibility of Claiborne Place homeowners to vote. Opposed is being opposed to the appeal, not in favor of Claiborne homeowners to vote. We will not need a second motion either way, right? If this is decided in favor, we move on to the question. If it is decided against, we move on to the question. Is everybody clear on that? Okay, so as before, I am going to launch a poll, and it looks just like the last one, right? So you can be in favor, you can be opposed, you can abstain. Just respond to the poll. And again, in favor is that you believe these homeowners are eligible to vote on this question, right? Okay. While all that is going on here in the room, okay, then there are two of us who are opposed. Wait, sorry. Wait, we have a question, Bob, or are you waiting until after the poll closes? Okay, that's fine.
Jim, it's just so I need to be, so I can vote too.
Yeah, I understand. I just suddenly saw hands going up.
Yeah.
I haven't ended the poll yet, so I'm waiting for the poll responses to end, and we are a minute in, and they seem to have ended, so I'm going to end the poll and share the results. And we have 109 in favor. We have 59 opposed, and we have 13 abstaining. Okay. Now,
hello. Can I be heard?
Is there anyone here who was unable to respond to the poll? Bob or Karen?
Yes. And as I remember, the poll was about whether Claiborne residents who have a financial interest in the sale of property be allowed to vote. Is that correct?
They would state it differently, but that's a reasonable summation.
Okay, then I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Jody and Steve.
Jim, this is Steve Cantonis. Register my vote as no.
Okay. Maya.
Yes.
Yes, your vote is yes?
Correct.
Okay. Haley.
Hi, yes, I voted yes in the poll, but also I need to vote on behalf of Tamara Wilson, resident.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
there are no proxies. It has to be a person who's there.
Ah, okay, that's news too. Thanks.
All right. Morgan. Morgan is not there. Kelly. Kelly, were you unable to respond to the poll? You're muted, Kelly. Geneva. Geneva, were you unable to respond to the poll? You are also muted. Morgan, were you unable
I
to respond?
apologize.
Okay.
There are two of us here. I voted once. I'm adding another no.
Who's the other?
My husband, Jonathan Hallsack.
Okay, Jonathan. Jonathan,
Hi
are you
there.
I vote
hang
no.
on. Whoa. One at a time.
I'm
Jonathan?
here with Kelly O'Neill.
I'm sorry. Please don't speak over another speaker.
Jonathan Halsack.
Jonathan.
I vote no.
Jonathan Hanson, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is a no. Okay. All right. Kelly, are you able to address this?
Hi there. I'm here with Kelly O'Neill. You're muted.
Wait. Okay. Somebody who is not Kelly is speaking now.
Yes, this
Kelly,
is Jenny Stevens.
Wait,
Kelly. We're together.
Okay, but you're not together in the virtual room.
I'm so sorry. I just can't get it to unmute.
Okay. Okay. So Jenny and Kelly are in the same place.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
this is Jenny Stevens' voice. I voted in the poll.
Okay,
And
Jenny voted in the poll and Kelly could not vote in the poll. Is that correct?
I could not. Yeah, it did not come up. I'm in favor.
Oh, okay. So Kelly is in favor. All right. Got it. Dominique.
Yes, I was able to vote in the poll, but my wife Cherie wasn't not able to vote.
Okay, Cherie's.
Yes, right. Cherie Bynum Fran, and yes.
Okay, and you vote yes. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Shannon. Shannon, you're muted. Anna. Anna, you are also muted.
Yes, thank you. I apologize. It may be too late for me. I believe I voted incorrectly. I want to vote in, I think I said yes, but I wanted it to be that I don't believe they should vote due to financial interest. Is there a possibility to change it, or is that too late?
I would say that's too late. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you.
Geneva.
I'm here with my husband, Carlos Almeida, and he would like to vote.
Okay,
I vote
Carlos.
no.
Carlos votes no. Okay. And Carlos, your last name, I'm sorry, was what?
Almeida.
Alameda. Okay. Got it. And let's see. Shannon. Okay, Geneva, your hand is still raised. Emily.
This is Andrew Most, her husband. I vote yes.
Okay. You vote yes. Okay. Jonathan.
Yes, I wanted to vote yes.
Yes. Okay. Adebisi.
Yeah, I'm here with my wife.
I vote yes.
She wants to vote yes.
Okay, what is her name?
Fumi.
I'm sorry, one more time, please.
F-U-N-M-I. F-U-N-M-I. Fumi.
F-U-N-M-I. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And also Oyedeji?
Yeah, exactly.
Got it. And you vote yes. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Kevin.
Yeah, I have the Centolas on the phone. They're unable to unmute.
Okay.
I don't know if they can. I've got them on
unable
speaker
to
on my phone. Can they?
I can't raise my hand. This is a.
I don't know. We haven't had that one before. Well, let's come back to that, shall we? Jonathan, are you able to unmute? Adebisi, your hand is. Oh, wait, what?
Hi, this is Kelly Calhoun. My partner Barry Mitchell is here.
Okay, your hand is not raised, Kelly.
I can't find that on my screen. I apologize.
Can you find a react button below a little heart looking thing at the bottom of your screen?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. All right. Jonathan, are you still muted and unable to unmute? All right. Kevin, you said you had somebody on the phone. Emily, are you able to unmute?
This is Jason Ossenmacher.
Jason Ossenmacher?
Yes.
Can you spell, please?
ASSENMACHER.
EMNHER?
ASSENMACHER.
Okay. And how do you vote?
No.
No. Okay. Let's see. Courtney. Courtney? You're unmuted, but I cannot hear you. Okay. Amber.
This is Amber Jameson, and I vote no.
Okay. Were you unable to respond to the poll?
Yes.
Okay. Casey.
Hi there. I'm here with my husband, Caleb Brookins. That's Brookins, and he votes yes.
Okay. Shannon. Oh, Shannon has some issue with unmuting. Is that correct?
I had to figure it out. I'm her husband.
Ah.
I'm her
okay.
husband. I vote no.
Okay. And you are, what was your name? Sorry.
Michael Santola, CENTOLA.
And you voted, I'm sorry, no?
Correct.
Okay. Got it.
Thanks.
All right. Courtney. Still can't hear you. Shannon's hand is still raised. You could lower that, I think. Jarrett, we're probably unable to vote too, right?
Yeah.
And how would you like to vote?
Opposed.
Opposed. Okay. Are we done, or is there anyone else here who was unable to respond to the poll? Marissa.
Hi, yes. Courtney Hall, he's having problems unmuting, but he is a resident of Claiborne Place and he would like to vote in favor. He is in the chat. He's recorded in the chat. I can spell out his name, but I would like to make sure his vote counts.
I mean, I see Courtney Hall there. Yeah, it's not going to affect the outcome. I can guarantee that. Michael.
Hey, this is Michael Moore. My wife, Shelby Kozlowski here.
Hey, I'm gonna vote no.
Okay. All right. So I think we're done, right? Okay, we're done. Hang on for a moment while I count all this up. Okay, so the vote is 116 to 68 to 13, and we are declaring the Claiborne Place homeowners eligible to vote on Z2538, right? Now we can move on to Z2538. On that note, let's see. Derek, you are the applicant here. Are you still here? We lost Derek?
Eric, you're muted.
Muted.
I'm back.
Oh, okay. Derek is the applicant here. Derek, would you like to tell us about your application?
I mean, yeah, it's 9:30, but I mean, I gotta.
Oh, sorry about wasting all that time.
That's probably worth going through. So here, I'm gonna share. I'm gonna go through this very, very quick. Sorry, everybody had to sit here for the last 2 hours. All right. So I'll make this very fast, unfortunately. All right. So this is what I'm proposing. So I'm proposing a land use change, a rezoning change. So I'm asking to change my land use from low to medium. I'm asking for rezoning from R4 to MR3. This is nothing new in this area, and it makes all the sense in the world given the comprehensive plan by the city of Atlanta. It's compatible with the surroundings. I have multifamily next to me. I have townhomes next to me, booked in on both ends of Ladon. I have mixed use areas that support walkability. I'm connected to the Publix across the street, and I'm going to connect us to the West Side Village. It's literally the definition of medium density residential. Public infrastructure, everything's there. You know, what's really expensive for building new homes for, people don't do this every day? It's building new infrastructure. It's building new sewer. It's building new storm. It's building new water. It's getting close to the Publix that you walk to. It's all those things. It's all right there. This is positive for the neighborhood. I'm enhancing the trail. I'm promoting walkability to daily conveniences to lifestyle. It's all the things that we want and what embraces in-town living. There's limited sites. This is an infill type design. Yeah, it's townhomes on a small acre. That was 2 homes, but that was 2 homes 50 and 80 years ago. That wasn't the character of the area 80 years ago. There wasn't West Side Village. There wasn't a Publix to walk to, right? Also, I need townhomes here to make a price that works. Jim, you made the comment. You're like, you can not tear those 2 homes down, and simply to make the number work doesn't make sense. Well, I do this for a living and done this for a long time, and yeah, it doesn't work. I can't not tear down the 2 homes that are the most developable part of my land where I can get density and not develop homes. It does not work. I've done this for my entire life. It doesn't work. Right. And then let's move on. Where is it? So it's next to 2 developments that Moore's Mill and West Side Village. So we're on Ladon Lane at the intersection with the Whetstone Creek Trail. Obviously, this is NPU-D. It's on Marietta Boulevard. Marietta Boulevard has grown up a lot in the last decade, last 15 years, which is why I'm getting some of the pushback I'm getting, which we'll get through why some of that might not be warranted. We've got 30,000 cars passing by every day, and we're trying to grow with it. Cars spilling down Ladon Lane, and you guys haven't done anything about it to fix it. And I have some ideas of how we can reduce that bottleneck that's causing a lot of problems at that intersection. Bunch of lifestyle nearby. What am I proposing? 39 plus or minus for sale townhomes, all for sale. What price points? Mid 500s to the 600s. I think it's responsible. I'll show you why in a second. These are all 3-story townhomes. They all have 2-car garages. I got 500 feet along the Whetstone Creek Trail that should be activated. It's a swamp. It's dark. People have been harassed on that. There's issues with that trail. It needs to be revitalized. Also, I got the chance to connect the trail to West Side Village. I mean, how amazing would that be? We're connecting the Beltline, we're connecting the Silver Comet, and then all of a sudden we connect West Side Village. That is a great amenity for the area. This is what they look like. These are nice. This is good quality housing. This improves Ladon Lane. We are beneficial to the community. I talked about it, but I'll go over it briefly. Whetstone Creek Trail. It's not lit at all. You can't walk to Publix at 7 o'clock at night when it's February. You park your car, you don't walk to Publix. It's overgrown. It's not lit. And for the people that keep saying I'm building homes 15 feet off the trail, even though I've told them 19 times and they were standing there 4 days ago telling people I'm building 15 feet off the trail, it's 15 feet to a buffer, an additional 20 to 25 feet to the trail. I'm consistent with the rest of the housing. We talked about connecting to West Side Village. Stormwater. You have You have a swamp that sits there. You have a rain. You have these 500-year rain events that happen all the time, and it's a swamp. Guess what? The infrastructure is already there. You just got to clean out the 14-inch culvert that sits under. You got to clear it out, and the infrastructure is already ready to catch it on the other side. You may have to slow the water down. That's a math problem, though, that we do during the permitting process. Either way, we're going to fix that mosquito infestation that's infecting all the communities around there. And I know because I door knocked on all their doors to tell them about this project, and I got carried away by mosquitoes. Let's talk about Ladon and the West Stone Creek Trail. You can't see anybody on the trail when you're on Ladon Road until you're 4 feet away from the trail. How are you ever going to prepare for traffic one way or the other, especially when it's not even, there's no light or anything there to control it? That's a DOT issue. That's something that should be worked on. And let me go back. Let's imagine pulling up here at Whetstone Creek Trail. This is the intersection right now. Look how clear that is. A car here can see a bike here. That can't happen today. A car here can't see a bike here. Also, the right-of-way is given to the right-of-way is given back to the cars at peak times. And we need to have stoplights, and we need to have calming traffic controls here to stop that. It's an obvious answer. And that is something that we can work on during the LDP process when we work with the Department of Transportation. I can't get an LDP without doing it. That comes up every single time. Last thing, attainable housing. And then we'll get into this next slide. I want to provide homes in the 500s and 600s because that's what absorbs in this market. That's what people graduating out of townhomes need. They need townhomes from the 5s and 6s, not from the 7th and 8th that don't sell. It's a little down for me on Ladon Lane. I don't need to build housing products that don't sell. Yeah, and we'll keep moving on. Other commitments that I've talked about, and I'll go to, I'm asking for a rezoning, but a rezoning with conditions. I'm putting conditions on myself so I build what's intended. I've showed you a plan of 3,500 square feet today, and to move forward, I'm willing to commit to 7,000 square feet that I'll make of green space around the trail. I'll activate it. It could be a dog park, playgrounds, outdoor fitness equipment. We could do something cool with this area, especially if we can work with DOT to work in this right of way to connect these trails, which I've already walked with Pete Pellegrini and Path Foundation. I've already taken that step. He is very excited about the opportunity to connect it. He was appalled by the way that it's being maintained. I'll just put it out there. But we have an opportunity right here, and I'm willing to double the space that I have now, which will naturally cut back on my density. Prices. Everybody wants to talk about prices. I had one person tell me, I wish you would understand the market. Well, here's your market. So, and here's what makes sense. People want to be like, cut your townhomes in half. I think one person even said, I only want to see 5. Well, let me tell you what doesn't work. This works. As you can see, anyone can see this makes sense. I'm in with price expectations. Here's Altus at the quarter. That's the high point in the neighborhood. West Side Station Townhomes. That's a high point in the neighborhood. Those are great communities. Those work. Those absorbed. West Oak Cove, they're struggling. They're not absorbing right now because they're at a high price point, maybe lacking some of these amenities that they have. Some of these others do absorb. This is a natural space for me to absorb at a price that's feasible and a pace that's feasible. If for the person in I had a meeting, they're like, just cut it in half. Easy to say, but guess what? This jumps up off the chart and doesn't work. The Jim, for who doesn't want to take down the single family homes in the front, because we got to keep the character of the neighborhood, even though the character of the neighborhood changes over time, and your land use is a living document meant to change. Yeah, well, if I cut this in half or I turn this to 5 homes, this jumps off the chart. This is responsible housing. I'm right in line with and for the single family homes in the neighborhood that are worried about their home price. I'm in line with you, and I'm a townhome. That's accreted to your price. So I'm right in line with market expectations. This is a responsible thing for a developer to do for a feasible project to absorb in a neighborhood with housing products that meet demand and expectations of the market. Let me talk about what I did. Some people said, this is too fast. There's not enough community outreach. This is the most, the reason 200 people on this call, Jim, is because of the community outreach. That's why we're hitting records right now. Let me tell you what I did. I had a meeting at Westside Pizza on May 27th. We sent out 4,700 direct mailers. We put yard signs throughout the community. We had 17,000 views on our social media. This cost us quite a bit of money and time, brain damage, to figure out how just to inform people, to get them to show up to this meeting and give probably one of the great, I mean, I don't know how many people, I don't know a meeting, and I've been told this, where they've had this participation. You haven't even had this participation in the NPU. The result was 75 people showed up and gave me great feedback. We took a survey. What did that survey say? Yeah, 2/3. And this was from the initial time. It started trending more to yes. But essentially for a 3-week period after opening the survey, yes, and yes with conditions. But what were they worried about? What were the conditions they wanted to address? Traffic, construction disruption, the environmental swamp, the tree canopy, parking. Those were some, and those were some of the big inputs, right? So what do? We had another meeting. Jim, you were part of this. You remember this one? We had a follow-up meeting. We had a follow-up meeting, and I let the neighborhood people put it together. This was a setup. This was a meeting with me and you and 5 of my opposition to try to bash my project.
Can we hold on for just a moment, please? You keep saying Jim, and there are 2 Jims here. So I don't know whether you're speaking to me or Jim Moulton.
Jim Martin, sorry. Jim Martin. Everything was to Jim Martin.
Okay,
right.
because I was not at the meeting you just said that I was
We had
at.
a poor turnout at this event. We had nobody show up. All I had was Jim and my 5 opposers to talk about my 2.0 project that I took 91 responses to respond to. So what did I do? I had another event at Scofflaw to then say to everyone, go, hey, no one even saw my second plan. I did my best to take everyone's comments, everyone's concerns, and try to make conditions, because I know builders can run away with the zoning. The way to limit them is with conditions, and I want to build what I intend to build. And so we had another event, and we did the same thing. And we had a pretty good turnout. Short notice, but pretty good turnout. Let's talk about the rest. We had on the 17th, we had a vote. We had 65 people in person, 75 people attended virtually. It was pretty packed, pretty chaotic, kind of just like this situation. But then we won a slight in person, but then we found out later that we lost. And I'll be honest, I didn't find it. I wasn't very fond that I found my biggest vocal opponent was the one counting our votes in a silo and self-reporting them. I had a huge problem with that. So what did I do? I went and door knocked for the last 4 to 5 days, probably 250 doors. If I didn't talk to you and you're in West Side Station or Liberty Village, or you probably saw me on your Ring camera. We talked to 130 people. I sent those letters to you guys and I submitted those. Those were people that I gave the entire presentation to, talked about my conditions, asked what they would want or what they would like to see, which I'll show you, which made my 3.0 for conditions. This was great. It gave us a really good understanding of what people wanted and brings us to here. So basically what I've led to is these are the conditions that I would like to propose. So MR3C, and the C being, I only want to build fee simple townhomes. I don't want to build, I heard, well, the developer can run away and they can build multifamily homes. Well, I'm saying right here, I can only build fee simple townhomes. They can go 4 stories, 5 stories, 6 stories. I'm limiting myself to 38 feet. We don't want garages on to face Ladon. We don't want garages. We don't want garages on the trail. So so remove that. Guest parking. I'm willing to increase parking 25% over the minimum requirement, so to help keep cars off the road. Construction was an issue. I'm willing to limit the times, put signs out, and try to establish rules, because sometimes trades, they run on their own. We're on site all the time. We do our best to manage them. But I get it. rental restrictions. You don't want this to be a rental community, maximum 20% of units. Also, this is not a build for rent type community, so I don't see that ever happening, period, but I'm willing to restrict it. Also, it's hard. I can't nail down an exact plan, but I'm willing to commit to a heavy planting plan along the trail and also along the canopy. I've already started talking to DOT, and if at the end of our study they say put a pedestrian light in and traffic calming devices, then we'd love to do that. And then, yeah, I don't want to big chatter, selling to institutional buyers. I want to sell to home buyers. I want to promote home ownership. I'm willing to limit myself. I don't know how many builders say they're willing to limit themselves and not sell to an institutional buyer. And I can do that with conditions. Last things, I know we're out of time. So this stuff's being posted all along the trail, out of character. It's high density, it's medium density rezoning. We talked about it, adjacent to condos and apartments, adjacent to a trail, similar town home communities on both ends. It's a natural wetland habitat, loss of floodplain, stormwater buffer. It's not a floodplain. I had a survey. Nothing's in a floodplain. I did a wetlands delineation. There are no wetlands. It's drainage. It's all impervious water. 15 feet from the trail. I'm 15 feet from my property line. 35-ish feet from the trail. Traffic. I'm willing to increase my guest parking. If you look at West Marietta, they have 30,000 cars a day. This is negligent of what would actually be on West Marietta. The issue is Ladon. But for the things that we talked about, I think we can improve Ladon, improve the intersection, loosen it up. We can improve the sight lines. We can put pedestrian signals that help the intersection. That may in turn end up helping loosen that up, because right now nobody can see each other. We talked about short-term rentals. My sole motive is profit. I'm an Atlanta native, born and raised, educated here. All my operations of here. I've been here for a long time. I've been building homes in this neighborhood. I built affordable homes. I built market rate homes. I've made a big impact, and I have my fingerprints all over this neighborhood. So we've been here for a long time, supporting this neighborhood for at least 6 years. Last thing, just the closing statements. Every development will bring some issues, but it doesn't mean that we need to stop progress or stop housing, which is inventory is one of our biggest problems. People are talking about the increase of inventory. We're not even at 2019 levels right now. We still need housing inventory, and we need responsible development. And in my opinion, if you take all of the positive things that I went over, I think they greatly outweigh the bad, especially when you take a lot of the misconceptions, what's been said all the way up as late as on Sunday when I went out to the trail. If you throw all these away because they're not true, it starts to look like this is a very impactful development that brings quality housing at the right price points in a place that supports the infrastructure, that supports walkability, that supports all the things that medium density represents based on the comprehensive plan. And it's late, so that's it.
Okay. So there are some hands raised. A few quick comments. I saw a bunch of stuff flashing around in the chat. We do not impose a time limit on business items on our agenda, only on informational presentations. We will be amending our bylaws in September. We may want to rethink that policy. I heard my name mentioned a lot. I have never used the phrase neighborhood character, so you may wish to correct your presentation on that regard. I believe what I said to you was the last time we gave a rezoning to a developer wishing to build townhomes so that he could demolish single-family houses. The houses were demolished, but nothing was built. Jody, you have a question, comment, concern, something?
Enough. Hey, Jim, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. Can you
Can we
take
stop
off
the presentation? Yes, I'll end the presentation.
Yeah, if you could take that off, that'd be great. So I have a short and hopefully sweet from a group of us. So this way it might help to consolidate those of us who are opposed to the rezoning. So I'm just going to go and we'll see what happens. So everybody, I'm Jody Cantonis, and I'm speaking on behalf of many of the Bolton residents who do oppose the rezoning at.
Oh, something happened. Something stopped. Can anybody hear me? That's unfortunate. Appears to be my connection.
Three concerns. Okay, we're back. Three concerns. One, overdevelopment. This would set a precedent for high density infill in an area that was never zoned for it. Two, infrastructure strain. Ladon is really narrow and it's already congested, especially during school drop off and pickup at Bolton Academy. Just one car parked on the side of the road causes a traffic jam. So now we're going to add 2 years of construction traffic, a bunch of new residential cars, aging drainage systems. This is going to, I feel like it's going to be a mess. We feel like it's going to be a mess. Number 3, market saturation. We have over 2,000 multifamily units already built and 1,600 more on the way, just blocks from here. This area is not underserved. It is absolutely oversupplied. More units will not raise our home value. They will do the opposite. Now, we want to acknowledge a situation facing Claiborne Place because their 2 undeveloped parcels have become a burden to them. It's overgrown, it's eroding. I mean, just like Derek had said, there's mosquitoes that are carrying people away. Now, their buildings were constructed in 1962 and they need infrastructure upgrades and they're seeking a solution, and we hear that. But rezoning doesn't have to be the only answer to this. We believe there's better paths forward, like partnering with the city of Atlanta, whose Plan A states on page 144, the city and its partners should prioritize efforts to assist legacy residents in remaining in their homes, including assistance with housing costs, repairs, and protection from displacement. Claiborne Place residents qualify as legacy residents, and resources are there to help. And another thing, we can explore public or private grants or community-driven initiatives to stabilize and maintain the land without sacrificing the compatibility of and the character of the neighborhood. So this alternate approach would preserve the tree canopy, protect the path trail while relieving Claiborne's burden without introducing medium density development in the heart of a single family area. We're not anti-growth. We just want thoughtful, well-placed growth. Bolton Town Center's coming, just 2 blocks away. It's going to bring 600 units, 20 townhomes, proof that this community welcomes housing when it fits. So tonight, I respectfully ask you to vote no on this rezoning request, and let's work together on a solution that protects both Claiborne Place and the greater Bolton community. And I motion to deny the application.
Jim, there's a second. Steve Cantonis seconds that motion. Jim, you're on mute if you heard that.
Sorry, my connection dropped off and I was muted when I came back on.
Yes, sir.
I will second Jody's.
I heard this. So we had a motion to deny from Jody, and it was seconded by Steve, correct?
And I'll second it as well, Karen.
We don't need more than 1 second. Okay. So let's see. Evan, your hand is raised.
Yes. Hi, Jim. So I am a resident here at Claiborne, urging everyone to vote yes on this. I just first want to
Hey,
say
I'm
that.
sorry, hang on
Oh,
just a moment. The motion was to deny. You understand that? If you're
uh,
urging people to vote yes, you're urging them to
oh,
deny this
no, no, no,
application.
no. I am.
Okay.
Okay, I thought I was speaking still on the land. I definitely do not want to motion to deny.
Okay.
I am. So am I speaking still on the motion to deny or on the land
Well,
rezoning?
the motion is to deny. So if you are in favor of approving,
Oh,
then you are
no, I had
opposed
my,
to denying.
sorry, I was confused. I had my hand raised before the motion even came up. I thought,
I understand. Do
okay.
you wish to address the motion?
Well, I would certainly think that we should have the application to move forward with the land sale. I'm not sure of the legalities of everything, but yeah, I absolutely think that we should be granted the application to do this with the land.
If the motion to deny is defeated, then we will take another motion.
Yeah. Okay.
Which
That
could
is the
be a
motion
motion to approve. But
yeah,
right
that's
now,
the motion I wanted to comment on. Yeah.
Right. We cannot have another motion. We cannot have a competing motion while this motion is on the floor. Okay?
Okay. Yep.
Paul, did you wish to speak to this?
Yes, sir, I do. Hey, Jim, point of order question. I have a few of them that are zoning related, but just sticking to this one. The application mentions only MR3. I know the conditions have been discussed, and the C condition is there. Is the motion? Would we be voting on stated conditions, or is that a separate target?
Well, I mean, denials are not conditional. So the motion
We're
is
only
to
on
deny.
okay, right.
So we would be denying the underlying zoning change and presumably CDP amendment to accompany it. We would, if that motion were to fail, we could have a motion to approve with conditions or a motion to approve without conditions. But that is the motion we're dealing with right now, which is the motion to deny, right?
Motion to deny the MR3, not with a C, but just MR3.
Right. It's a motion to deny the rezoning, the underlying MR3 rezoning.
Okay.
Which, I mean, conditions were discussed, but there's no such thing as a conditional denial, right?
Right.
Okay.
So just making clear that the MR3 does permit things that the conditions would not permit, but we are only on the zoning to approve the MR3.
Well, the motion was to deny, right?
Got it. Right.
So that's the question on the floor right now. Okay. Stella, your hand is raised.
Yeah. Can I ask a question to Derek? Because I raised it before the motion. Or
you can ask a question, yes.
Okay. Derek, my question is, did you study any other zoning that would allow you to do the townhomes? Because my concern is, MRC3 allows for buildings up to 225 feet.
No, you're
MR3C.
thinking about the wrong zoning category. You're thinking
No.
you're thinking about MRC3. This is MR3.
Okay, so what's the maximum allowed height?
I don't know.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. So I'm asking MR3C. And so, yeah, I would have a higher height. So, but I put a condition. I'm telling you, I'll do a condition on my zoning that I won't go over 38 feet. And so while like with a lot of zonings, sometimes you have flexibility, right? And so you could get a zoning, show a picture and do something else. For me, on my site plan, I'm trying to put conditions to where I only do what I intend. Fee simple, 38 feet tall. I mean, that limits me to townhomes. I have a 0.696 FAR ratio. I can't do any more than townhomes. I'm completely handcuffed to townhomes. Any changes from these conditions that would be approved would take a public hearing like this or greater than this to move it.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Jim Moulton, you wish to address this matter.
Hey there, in point of order here. Should I speak about the whole MR3C yet? Because we had discussed conditions at the Bolton neighborhood.
I mean, again, a denial is not conditional. So if we have a motion to approve with conditions, it is appropriate to discuss what those conditions might be. But we are denying with any conditions, right?
So I should speak after this for the MR3 with conditions.
If this is defeated, and we have a motion to approve with or without conditions, we can then discuss what conditions may or may not be appropriate, right? But
Okay.
we don't need conditions for a denial. Bob.
Okay.
Unmute me. Hey, Jim, it's Karen.
Karen.
My problem, and the reason I feel it's important to deny this, is because his rezoning request is so out of character with the neighborhood that it also, what we haven't discussed, is requires a CDP change to even allow his rezoning to go forward. And his rezoning is for an MRC3, which it says on his application MRC3, which also allows for commercial uses and much higher buildings, which he's aware of. But that is really, really out of character for the neighborhood, and it opens the door to more of the same.
Okay. But it is MR3, not MRC3.
It still is so out of character for the neighborhood that it requires a CDP change, and I think that alone raises big concerns.
There was a CDP change 800 feet away from R4 to townhomes, the exact same townhomes I'm asking for.
Okay, so and that brings up a good point. Just in the interest of saving time, Jody, your motion to deny was a motion to deny both the rezoning and the CDP change. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes. And Steve, you understood that was what you were seconding?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any other discussion of the motion? No. Okay, then I think we're ready for the question, right? So remember, everybody, the motion was to deny. So if you are in favor of the motion, you are in favor of denial. If you are in favor of the application, you are opposed to denial, right? Keep that in mind.
Say it again, Jim, please.
Keep that in mind because people have made this mistake before. Anyone who is in favor of the rezoning is against the motion that is now on the floor because the motion that is now on the floor is to deny the rezoning. Anyone who is in favor of the motion that is now on the floor is opposed to the rezoning, right? Everybody crystal clear on that? Okay.
Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. Can you repeat it one last time? Third's a charm, please.
Okay. If you are in favor of the zoning, you are opposed to the motion we are now voting on because the motion was to deny. If you are in favor of denying the motion or denying the zoning, you are in favor of the motion before us. It is a motion to deny, not a motion to approve, right? Amina, you have a question about all this?
Yeah, so after the would there be any additional votes after this? So if you were someone who would like conditions, would that be okay, awesome.
If you would like a conditional approval, then you would probably wish to vote no on this and then make a motion for a conditional approval, or if someone else makes a motion for a conditional or non-conditional approval and the condition you want is not included in that motion, then you would make a motion to amend the motion with the condition that you want, right? So
yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so once again, the question before us is a motion to deny the rezoning and the associated CDP change. So as I have before, I am going to, whoops, oh wait, now, oh, the polls. Let's see, oh yes, that stayed, good. All right, I was hoping that wasn't going to get muddled up when I got kicked off because it does that sometimes. All right, so we want to launch this poll. And it is the same as the poll you saw before. So if you are in favor of denial, you can tell us that. If you are opposed to denial, you can tell us that. You may abstain, and you can tell us you're not a voting member if that is the case. So, in the meantime, Eva.
Wait.
Whoa. I'm sorry. Somebody was talking. I see a bunch of hands raised. They may be people wishing to vote after the poll closes, but somebody was talking just now. Does somebody have a question about the poll? No. Okay. So the poll is up. Eva, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. So the poll is up. It's been a minute. The numbers are still changing, but they seem to be settling down. So I'm going to end the
Hey,
poll.
so I'm sorry. I'm still, please don't, because I'm still confused. I'm so sorry. I'm new
I'm sorry.
here.
Who's
This is
confused?
Jennifer. This is Jennifer
Okay.
Williams.
Did you
So
respond? Did you respond to the poll?
I did, but not the original poll.
The original
I
poll. There's
think
only
there's a
one.
lot of people who can't see the poll. I
I
never saw it.
understand. If you cannot
I
respond,
just don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm so confused because people are going back and forth. Because yes equals you denying the rezoning, correct?
I'm sorry. Yes, a
Okay.
vote in favor of the motion is a vote to deny the rezoning. If you were
Got
at
it.
all confused, do not respond to the poll and tell me you couldn't respond to the poll. Don't guess about what you might think is the right response to the poll. Right? That would be a bad idea. Okay?
Got it. Okay.
And don't think you can vote in the chat. We don't do that. Okay. So I am seeing the poll stop changing. It's been more than 2 minutes. I'm going to end the poll and share the results. We have 103 in favor, 79 opposed, 1 abstaining, and okay. So then among those who were not able to respond to the poll, Bob or Karen?
It's Karen. Because it's 2 of us here, I couldn't vote on that, but I vote
To
You vote.
approve the, yes.
I vote to approve the denial.
Okay, so you vote yes. All right. Andrew and Morgan.
Hey there, Morgan Pittman. I vote in favor to denial.
Okay. Jody and Steve.
Jim, Steve here. I vote to approve the denial.
Okay. Dominique.
This is Cherie Biner Ferran. I approve the denial.
Okay. Geneva.
My husband Carlos Almeida is here.
Yes.
Carlos Almeida, I vote yes.
You vote yes. Okay. Debisi.
I'm opposed to the denial.
You're opposed to the denial.
From
Okay. Right. Same as before, right?
Yeah.
Yes. I wrote that down the last time. Chrissy.
I have John Miller here.
Okay. John.
I didn't get the name. I vote no.
You vote no. Okay. Keturah.
Hi, this is Marcus Henderson here. I vote to approve the denial.
Okay. Victoria.
I vote to approve the denial.
I'm sorry, that was too much echo. I couldn't hear what you said.
I vote to approve the denial.
Okay. Dennis.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I vote yes to deny.
Okay. Alexis.
I oppose the denial.
Okay. And is this because you, Alexis, could not respond to the poll, or because there's somebody
I
else?
was not able to see the poll. Thank you.
Okay. Laura.
I vote in favor. Yes,
Okay.
to the denial.
Manny. Manny, you are muted.
Sorry, oppose.
Okay. And is that because you were unable to respond to the poll?
I was unable to respond, yes.
Morgan.
Yes, I vote in favor of the denial.
Okay. And was that because you were unable to respond?
No, I'm Morgan's husband.
And I'm sorry, do I have your name already?
Yes, Jonathan Halsack.
Right. Yes. Okay. Very good. Amanda.
Joey Hunter, her husband, in favor of denial.
Okay. Sorry. Hang on. Kelly.
Hi, this is Kelly Calhoun. My partner Barry Mitchell is right here.
I vote in favor of the denial.
Okay. Emily.
Yeah, Jason Osamacher's here again.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize there were two Kellys. Kelly, that was Kelly Calhoun I just addressed. Right. Okay. Emily.
Yeah.
This is Jason, her husband. I vote to
approve
the denial.
Approve the denial. Okay. And Jason, I have your name already, do I?
Yes, you do.
Yes. Okay. Kelly.
Hey, how about we vote?
Kelly,
yes is a yes.
I'm sorry.
No
Please
is a
don't
no.
interrupt.
Redo it.
Please don't interrupt. You can raise your hand and speak, but don't interrupt others. Kelly O'Neill. Kelly? I saw your little unmuting thing flicker, but it's still muted. All right. Jaron Turner.
Yep, I vote no.
No. And is that because you were unable to respond to the poll?
100%. It wasn't enough time for me to log in my vote.
No worries. Jenna.
Hey,
Jenna.
sorry. I vote yes. I couldn't get the poll up in time. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Shannon.
Yeah, this is her husband, Mike. I vote yes to deny.
Okay. Jenny. Jenny?
Hi there. Sorry, I'm Kelly O'Neill is having some mute issues, so I'm unmuting for her.
Yes, this is Kelly, and I'm voting no.
No. Okay. All right. I'm not seeing any more hands raised. Oh, Jarrett, you still here?
Still here.
And
I am opposed.
Opposed. Okay. All right. So, is there anybody else? Evan, your hand is raised.
I guess I'm just a little concerned, just with the kind of confusion, but also mainly the fact that I'm blanking on her name. Was it Heather, who was speaking on behalf of kind of the opposition? I'm just a little concerned.
I believe that was Jody who was speaking.
Jody, sorry. I was just a little concerned that she kind of got to give her speech, and then we had this very confusing vote. It just feels like a lot of confusing tactics are kind of moving in opposition of those of us who this is going to be in our backyard, and we've worked very thoughtfully to try to put something there that's going to be cohesive. So
very, very clear what we were voting on. I believe I repeated myself 5 times on that point. And I'm truly sorry if people voted for the opposite of what they intended. And I've seen that happen before. But there's really nothing I can do about it other than try and explain what the issue is, right? Alexis, well, I'm sorry. So you were able to vote? Is that correct, Evan?
Yes, I was able to vote. I'm just wondering, like, are you able to just bring up a motion for anything? I'm just confused why we needed this motion before the vote. That was more straightforward, so people could understand.
I mean, if a motion is properly made and seconded, we debate the motion, we vote on the motion. That's Parliamentary Procedure 101, right? I didn't make the motion.
So I guess I would motion then that we just move to
we haven't even finished counting the votes on this motion.
I know, but are we going to then not be allowed to vote at all on the straightforward version, or
there is no straightforward version, right? We have a business item on the agenda. We discussed, a motion was made, we discussed the motion, we voted on the motion, and I'm now in the process of counting the votes.
Right, but we're voting to deny or not deny the application. So my question is,
that's the question on the floor. Should we deny?
If the results are that yes, deny the application, will we then still get to vote on the rezoning or no?
No, it's done.
Okay,
Denial is
so
denial.
I guess that's my concern because
It was a motion to deny the rezoning.
right, and it's a double negative, and it obviously confused a lot of people. And we did not
Truly
speak on our
sorry if
behalf.
it confused people.
Yes, but
I
we did not
try
speak
to
on our
explain.
behalf. The poll
What?
closed instantly as soon as you
That
had
poll
a
stayed
yes
open
majority.
longer than any other poll that we have had tonight, and I didn't close it until people stopped responding to it.
It reached a yes majority, and then the poll was closed shortly thereafter. I'm just a little concerned about the neutrality, given that we did not get to kind of give our position on all the hard work we've done to try to get to this point. We've been
heard
very
a
thoughtful.
very long presentation on the topic.
Right, but
I
no
mean,
voices
like
from
a
Claiborne.
record-setting long presentation in favor of this result.
Yes, but no voices from Claiborne. Like, this is going to be in our backyard. We've been very thoughtful about making sure that this was something that we would be happy looking at, and we just haven't.
The thing that you are now discussing is not where we are in this meeting. We are now counting votes, right? We've moved beyond the thing that you're now discussing.
So will we be allowed to put a motion forward to vote then on the straightforward issue, or will it be done?
There is no straightforward issue. We have voted on this issue. We are in the process of counting those votes.
Okay.
So we really need to move on from this.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just a little concerned.
No,
I guess.
I understand. Alexis.
Hi, Jim. Thank you. Yes, I understand we're in the process of counting the votes, and that's cool. I understand that, and we've moved past the straightforward voting. There's no straightforward voting. So, from my understanding, the motion was to deny the application from Middle Housing. I don't remember the exact name, but as Derek discussed, he was also offering conditions. So, is the denial on his original application, or is it on the conditions that he proposed?
The denial, as I said, is not conditional.
Okay, so we can still make a motion to vote on the conditions. Is that correct? No.
No. It was a motion to deny the rezoning, the underlying rezoning to MR3 and the associated CDP change. That was the motion that was made. Okay.
Mr. Martin, this is the planner.
It doesn't come with conditions. Conditions can only be attached to an approval, not a denial.
Mr. Martin, this is a planner, and I want to make sure that people are clear how that motion is being presented. It's a motion to favor the denial.
Yeah,
so there is
denial. We don't have the authority to deny anything. So denial, I mean make a recommendation.
Well, I don't want to confuse people to think it was a negative. It's not. It's presented as a affirmative to favor to the denial of the rezoning. So that's it. It's nothing else.
If you don't want to confuse people, you're not doing a good job.
Well, I'm trying. People were confused.
I realize that.
Whenever you put something in the negative, it always confuses them.
So
to favor the support to deny sounds more affirmative, and so that's it.
But we've moved past how the motion was phrased, and I asked if everyone was clear on the matter.
Yeah, I understand what you're
launched
saying.
the poll, and I tried to explain to everyone who said I'm still confused what was going on. Right.
Okay. I understand what you said. I've done this. I know how.
Okay.
But
guys, we're wasting so much time. Can we just redo the poll?
That's not how it works.
We're not going to redo the poll. But there you go.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
We haven't even counted the votes yet. We were in the process of counting when people thought we needed to reopen debate. Jim Moulton, you wish to speak to something. Were you unable to vote, or do you want to make a statement on the matter?
No, I'd like to make a statement.
Okay, can you hold off on that, please? I mean, you raise your hand when I'm done, okay? Because we haven't counted the votes yet. Let's first count the votes, and then we can discuss whatever. All right. So, Susan, your hand is still raised. I assume that's an error. Chrissy, your hand is raised. Chrissy, would you like to speak? You're muted. I'm not sure.
Yes, I have my hand raised because I want to make a motion for a new vote.
Sorry, Chrissy, we're counting votes. The people with their hands raised now should be the people who were unable to respond to the poll, right? Oops, damn, sorry. I may have just muted someone, whoever it was, I apologize. I was trying to admit someone to the meeting, and that is an error that occurs because of the way this thing works. Isaiah, were you unable to respond to the poll?
I vote no.
Okay, are you voting for yourself, Isaiah, or are you a second person to connection?
For myself.
Okay, and you were unable to respond to the poll, correct?
Correct.
Okay, got it. Chrissy, your hand is still raised. Is that an error? I'm going to assume it is. Cameron, your hand is raised.
Hey, Jim. I'm voting for my wife here, Kristen Turner, and she's right here, Sean.
Yes, I would
Okay.
like to vote against.
Okay, Kristen Turner votes against. Do I have
Thank
your
you.
name from earlier, or is that new?
That's new.
Okay, just checking. I need all this, by the way, because I have to generate a sign-in sheet that says who was at the meeting. And so with second people at the connections, I don't get that back from Zoom. All right, so Manny, your hand is raised. Manny, were you unable to respond to the poll?
I've already responded with opposed.
Okay.
But I'd
So
also like to state that
we
in my
really don't need
vote,
commentary at this point because I haven't counted the votes yet, right? I'm
but I'm
trying
going
to
to comment anyway because it's important to everybody on this call
Yeah, but it's
to
not
make sure
important
they
at this
understand what
moment.
they are voting for. And I
They
voted
have
opposed
voted
because
for it.
you stated that once we voted on this that's on the floor right now, that there would be an opportunity to vote with conditions. That's what you stated. I'm
No,
very
what I
clear about
said
that.
was if this
But
motion
what people
is
don't
defeated,
understand is by voting yes, you don't get the opportunity to vote with conditions. There's no way to put that on the floor. And that's
I am
very
truly
deceptive.
sorry that people
I'm
don't
done.
understand, but I am in the process of trying to count votes, right? So if we can please hold off on commentary for a moment while I count those votes, okay? Okay, so what the vote was 118 in favor of denial, 88 opposed to denial, and 2 people abstaining from denial, from the vote on denial. And for the record, I was one of those 2. So that then was our last business item on this agenda. But if people wish to make commentary, we can stay here and chat. So, Manny, you wish to make commentary?
No, I don't. I said what I had to say.
Okay. Marissa.
I would like to make a motion to revote.
Oh, now I'm going to have to pull out my copy of Robert's rules.
Second that motion.
Second, third, fourth, all of it.
Robert's rules allow it.
Jim, under reconsideration, if they voted on the affirmative side within Robert's rules, they can put that out as they can motion if they voted on the affirmative side under reconsideration.
Okay.
That's my 2 cents.
I believe you are correct, and I have not checked the matter.
Mm-hmm.
So, was the mover and the seconder for reconsideration, were they both people who voted for the motion?
So yes, are you asking if it was yes for?
Marissa, did you vote yes on the poll?
No, I did not.
Okay. Then you cannot motion to reconsider. Is there someone here who voted yes on the poll and is now deeply regretful of that and wishes to reconsider? I'm not hearing anyone. Going once. Going twice. Okay. Charles, your hand is raised.
Yes, Jim. I wanted to just say that I'm really excited to see everyone still on the phone at 10:30 talking about this issue, but I wanted to make something known for everyone here so that they're clear. The NPU vote here is an advisory vote, that this still will go before another level or a ZRB. So if
ZRB
folks
is the public hearing on this question. Yes.
correct. And so I just wanted folks to understand if they do or do not like the outcome of this, they should take this energy and this excitement down to the actual public
Any
hearing.
anyone here is free to go to the ZRB and say, my opinion differs with that of my NPU, and you're free to say my NPU is a terrible dysfunctional mess and you shouldn't listen to them.
I think you've done a great job of what you had here, Jim. This is a lot to navigate. The question was
Okay.
the negative. I think at
And
the
you can
end of here, you're not going to be able to make everyone happy. I did do though, just wanted to post this in the chat about the BZA, and this is why I asked that question earlier, so folks could get a little clarity into what the BZA is if they don't like
right. Yep, that's fine.
ZRB.
And I would, it's the ZRB, right? By the way, yes. And I would point out that you can make these comments not only at the ZRB but also at the City Council committee hearing on the CDP, which is tied to the rezoning. So you get two chances to disagree with the NPU and two chances to call me a tyrant in public. Jim Moulton,
I just think this is a great exercise of civic engagement and public participation, and I really would want everyone to please be involved in the process at the board hearing and not just here on the advisory vote. Thanks so much.
Okay. Jim Moulton.
Yeah, okay. Procedurally, I think this was a little bit of a mess up. I think that you can't vote on this stuff unless you hear from Bolton neighborhood, and you went forward with the vote. And I love you to death, man. God bless you. But for God's sake, I mean, you didn't hear from Bolton Neighborhood Association and the voting here and the pieces that we did. You didn't ask the voting that we had. This double negative is always a problem. And one of the things that has to happen is it has to happen, like easy for people to understand. You are very intellectually smart. You are very intellectually in tune with the rules of Robert. It is hard to explain this to a lot of, everybody, people. And I think that this was a great disservice for this not having our entire motion. Yes, it's taken a long time.
Okay.
Hello, Eva. I see you too.
So I am sorry about that, Jim. I would like to point out for people who remain here, you're welcome to stay. You're welcome to chat about this, but we have completed all the business items on our agenda. So if you want to check out, you won't be missing anything important. Eva, I'm sorry, what?
I have a comment, which is that Jim asked Jim Moulton.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
Oh, that's right. Jim
Can't hear a
Moulton.
word.
Jim Moulton. Jim.
Here still?
Can you hear me now?
I can, yes, ma'am.
You can't. Okay.
Okay. I just wanted to say that Jim Martin asked on various occasions whether, in this last vote, whether there were people that had voted incorrectly or not, and would like to redo the vote, and no one responded. Jim Moulton,
No, not at all.
Yeah.
We had all kinds of things that we found out. We have things that we were going to go through on procedural pieces, on pieces that were recorded that we have. There are amazing things that the team found out. We were given 42 minutes of tape, and there was an hour and 8 minutes of tape. We found things that were just amazing, but I would really like to give my whole presentation. And Jim, I would like to give that at the beginning of the next meeting, no matter what, like before everyone even gets going.
Jim, you are absolutely wrong. You're mischaracterizing a lot of stuff here. Do not jump in and do not say that.
Who is talking against me? Who is
Kevin
going against
Shankweiler.
procedural?
You are absolutely wrong. This is Kevin Shankweiler.
Hi there, Gavin. I'm sorry, you just can't speak like that. You can't act like that. There is decorum. There is ways to speak. There is ways to do this.
You
And
cast
there was bad
accusations
things
like
that were
that.
done. No, don't even start with this. Don't even start with this. This is. I'm not going to be the bad person here. I am ethically, morally, like way in the high scape here. We have tape on all kinds of stuff. We have numbers that came out, that came out much different than the end. We were given certain numbers. We have lots of things and lots of things that are going to happen in the near future here that we are going to have to address because of this disruptive, disinformative, bullying behavior that goes on. And everything has to go along with good decorum, good neighborhood. We love each other. We shop together.
Hey, Jim. Okay, but these are matters.
Jim Martin, it's hard to hear you. If you can pass your mic back.
I gave my
Thank
microphone
you.
to Eva. That's why it's hard to hear me. Because she wished to speak. Jim Moulton, these are matters of Bolton neighborhood governance, not matters of NPU-D governance. So, I mean, I would dearly love it if you could all work it out, but this is not the place or the time to be doing it. Okay, Evan, you have your hand raised.
Yes, I just wondered if we would have access to a recording of this because I just kind of wanted to present the procedural kind of order of things because like I said, even when I tried to start kind of talking on behalf of Claiborne, like we have a whole group here who is ready to speak, give their kind of positions on this, and none of them got to say that. And when I started to speak, you kind of shut it down and talked about how this was on the application for rezoning, in which case you should have been a little more helpful and been like, so if you want to speak on behalf, you should speak for the no side. But instead, my voice was kind of shut down and it was made to seem like I shouldn't have been speaking at that time. And then it just went to a vote without any of us here being able to give our position. And as Jim said, he had additional information he wanted to share. It felt like one side got to share their information, it went to a vote, and now it's being shut down. So I just want to make sure we get a recording of all of this because
I understand.
procedurally,
I'm going to answer your
I have
question if you give
concern.
me a chance.
I agree with this, Evan. It's been very difficult, and we're trying to do things appropriately. We're trying to do things with the proper decorum, with the proper rules of Robert. We're trying to do these things, but a double negative makes it difficult for people to understand. We have to come in with a set idea of what we're going to vote for beforehand. Yes, there are rules of Robert. Yes, there are these pieces, but we needed to talk about all of the different pieces that even Dustin and I had talked about today, about his support for what's going on, his lack of support for some of the bad elements that have gone on. And I'm not going to mention any names whatsoever because I will not do that. I saw so many things happening, so many things that we had to then take time and document and take time to even go through several difficult conversations to come up with the correct wording to do it.
Jim,
I
if
came
I
up with it.
may,
I came up with very much of a speech, Jim,
Jim,
and
if I
that
may,
should have been given before the vote.
don't actually have the floor. And Evan asked me a question that I haven't been able to answer for him. Evan, the answer to your question is I record these meetings, but I lost my connection briefly during this meeting. And sometimes when that happens, my recording picks up after the lost connection and I lose the part before. I don't know whether that's the case or not this evening. I will find out after this meeting ends whether or not that is the case this evening. But I believe the portion of the meeting you're interested in was after my connection was restored, and therefore I should have a full recording of it unless my connection drops again while we're sitting here chatting about this, in which case all bets are off. Jim Moulton quite often has his AI note taker in these meetings and may have some sort of transcript. Jim, do you have your AI note taker here? Jim Moulton, you're muted. You're still muted. I'm sorry, Jim. I can't hear you because you're muted, but you are waving your hand and moving your jaw as if you're speaking.
Sorry, I was put on mute.
Okay.
I was trying very much to put things in the chat, and
do you have your AI note taker? Was the question.
it stopped at 1 hour. Yeah, I'm gonna try and put something in here and
okay. Well, so I'm not sure who all else has what manner of recording going on, but I'm happy to share with you what I have, Evan. And I'm sorry if it's going to be disappointing because of my connection dropping, but there's nothing I can do about that. Okay.
I think I think the biggest thing, Jim, is that Bolton neighborhood need to speak up about a Bolton neighborhood problem.
Right,
And
but
you and
Jim,
I can talk about this afterwards. There's nothing,
but
we're keeping people here too
if
long
you
if we're
could
not
wait,
motioning on
if you could
things.
if you could wait until the people who have their hands raised are done speaking and probably raise your own, that would be much more appropriate. Okay? Bob Hudson or Karen or whoever it is that's at that connection right now.
It's Karen. And the problem with the Bolton neighborhood meeting, quote, Bolton neighborhood meeting, was that it was not limited to Bolton residents. That meeting was packed, but there were people from Hills Park and many other neighborhoods in that meeting because nobody checked if you were actually a Bolton resident. And those people were voting. And that's what I find problematic with the Bolton neighborhood meeting vote.
Okay. So that was a comment. There's no question there.
That was a comment. That was definitely
okay.
a comment.
Yep,
And
understood.
I mean, there were people that I talked to in that meeting that live in Hills Park and many other places. So
I understand.
But they were allowed to vote.
Okay.
And the people who were trying to vote online because they couldn't attend the meeting, their votes were not counted. They were given to our neighborhood rep, but he refused to count them.
Okay.
So that's all I wanted to say.
But at this meeting tonight, I believe we counted every single vote.
Oh, I know we did because
tried heroically to do that.
Jim, I know you did because you always do. Unfortunately, that's not true at some other meetings.
Okay. Well, and as I mentioned, tomorrow night, NPU University bylaws, y'all could really benefit from some bylaws over there in Bolton. Paul, you have your hand raised.
We certainly could. We used to have them.
Okay. Paul, your hand is raised. But you are muted. Okay. I'm waiting for you to unmute.
Motion to adjourn, please.
We have been adjourned actually for a while. We're just sitting around chatting. No business is going to happen, so you don't need to. You can leave without fear of what might happen in your absence, although people may insult you while you're gone.
Then absolutely good night.
Okay. Chrissy.
I'd like to echo Manny's concern from earlier that we were misled into believing that there would be a vote on the rezoning with conditions. You clearly said that we were going to vote on the rezoning with conditions, and we were not given that opportunity.
Okay. I don't believe I said that, but as I said, I do know that that is part of the recording that I should have access to. So if you would like a copy of that recording, we'll figure out a way to get it to you. Okay. Erica, your hand is raised.
Hi, this is Jeff. So I just wanted to kind of give a comment as and just something for the NPU to think about for any of these future kind of votes. And I'm speaking from experience of a developer that's developed in Atlanta that has had to present at these NPU meetings. If there in the future, if there are projects that come to us and they are, kind of split, where not heavily favored or heavily unfavored, sometimes you want to approve with conditions so that the NPU gets the developer on record of saying, hey, we may not agree with this, but if you choose to go forward, here's the conditions that we want to put on the table. Because this vote is not binding, meaning the city of Atlanta can just take this vote and say, hey, we hear you, NPU, but we think this is in the best interest of the city, and we approve this zoning. So while it makes us feel good to kind of vote up or down, we do have to vote with a realistic and a savvy understanding that this is a non-binding vote. What you would want to do is you would want to get on the record from the developer all the conditions you can get on the record for him in case it is approved. So I know this might be a learning lesson for some of us that have never been through this before. But if we have to go through this again, just know that at any point in time, unless it's just something that is overwhelmingly being disapproved by the community, if you have something that is a good split, approve and disapprove, you may want to just approve it and make sure you get to the conditions phase so you can weigh in it with the community of voice as much as possible. So that's just my 2 cents as a developer, as somebody who's been through this, and just how to be a more savvy NPU.
Were you at last month's meeting by any chance?
I was not.
Okay, because I mentioned this because you sort of implied that any and all conditions have to be conditions that are acceptable to the applicant, and that is not in fact the case. And we had a case last month where we recommended approval with conditions, but the applicant didn't like our conditions, and we can do that, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I think it's important for us going forward to keep that in mind as well, that one's conditions do not have to be the developer's conditions. They don't even have to be conditions the developer's willing to abide by. These are just recommendations that we send forward to the ZRB.
Absolutely. I'm just saying, just get as much on the record from him that, or from the developer as you can.
But what I'm saying is we don't need to get it from him, right? We don't need to get the developer to say, oh yes, I agree to all those conditions. We just need to make a recommendation that has the conditions we want, right?
Yeah.
The developer's buy-in is nice, but it's not required.
All I'm saying is, from somebody who's years of developing in Atlanta and has been through this and has presented, I understand what the savvy NPUs do and what the non-savvy ones don't. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's see. Paul's hand is still raised. Is that a residual hand raised from earlier, Paul? I'm guessing it is. Jim, what? Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'll put it down.
Jim Moulton, your hand is raised.
Oh, absolutely. Because I think you didn't listen to exactly what he said. There is an exact reason why I did the voting in a specific fashion. The only things that are enforceable are conditions upon a property, like even the MR3C, like we're just suggestions. But if you get it in writing in the meetings, in this right here, that is why we absolutely have those conditions first as the vote, not the zoning as the piece. I am very upset that it went this way. And, Emily and I are Switzerland. We present things for the whole community, and you didn't let the whole community like get in here. We
I didn't
really need to
silence
go.
anyone.
I agree, sir. And but there's ways of talking, and both of us can talk out of both sides of our mouth, and we know how to do that. And lawyers are even better at that. They, I like procedurally right things that, you know, shall and shall not thing. That was, good wording. The what we're able to do. But you didn't listen to how Bolton voted. There was no point where Bolton was brought into a Bolton vote. And I think this needs to be
Be clear that
there
Bolton
needs to
is
be
not a
something, there needs to
Bolton
be
is not a
some recourse
person.
for this.
Be clear
Because
that Bolton is not a person, and Bolton is not a member of this MPU. Bolton is a geographical boundary within
Agreed.
NPU-D, right?
Agreed.
If the people living within that geographical boundary choose some form of community representation, they are free to choose whatever form of community representation they want, right?
I get that, Jim, and we're taking the steps, and I appreciate that. And, I'm trying to just do the best I can with what I have. I'm just a good community guy that does community things and, tries to get everyone's voice. I don't feel that when I take this back to them, they're going to feel that same fashion. And double negative votes are difficult. And though correct, though by rules of Roberts, you can vote that way, I don't think that it has that empathy of understanding that really needs to go along with it. We didn't get to present our vote at all because we had a vote, we had a Bolton meeting, and none of that is in the record whatsoever.
Okay. Sorry about that.
I mean, no, but I have a problem with that. Why would you not ask that above everything? You as the moderator, why would you not tell us what Bolton thinks? That is almost like you're taking a side or another side.
Well,
And
I had
and
asked
Emily
her.
and I are Switzerland. Emily and I are Switzerland, and no one should say anything bad about her ever, ever.
Did I say something bad about Emily?
No, but
Did anyone say something bad about Emily?
no. Well,
Okay.
there's places, but
I mean, people said some bad things about you. People
oh,
said some bad things about me.
I have an armadillo
People said some
skin.
bad things about Jim, and I wasn't sure which of us they were referring to.
I have an armadillo skin, so I'm not worried. I've had worse things all through life.
Okay.
The idea is that I am ethically, morally driven to get the right answer, the right outcome, and that is not my opinion. It doesn't matter what my opinion. Mine's one of 200 that vote. Mine is, what we wanted to present, and Bolton was not able to present what Bolton's presentation was. Okay, I'm going to stop.
Okay. Kevin, you wish to say something?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I heard a comment a little while ago saying that there used to be Bolton bylaws, and
I heard that as well.
I'm not
was not aware of that.
clear if there were. Where are they? There's no expiration date. Why? I'd like to understand where they may be.
Karen was the one who made the comment, so I would suggest reaching out to her to see if she has a copy of those bylaws. I have personally never seen them.
Never has been. Kevin,
no,
we'll talk.
I mean, I can't prove these things don't exist.
File that away under more misinformation, or
I can't prove these things don't exist. I'm just telling you I've never seen them, and to the best of my knowledge, they don't exist.
I'm curious, Jim, with your other neighborhoods that report into NPU-D, do they have a secretary and minutes to look back through? And
it varies wildly.
Okay.
I mean, Eva's neighborhood is very well organized. Yes. And she would like to answer the question on behalf of Underwood Hills. As soon as she's done.
Yes.
Dropping my microphone.
We distinctly have bylaws. We have a very well organized community that has been going on for a very long time. And Bolton used to have that. And I don't know what the situation is now, but I suspect back in the day, Karen probably would be able to tell you that they had bylaws also. But at one point, there was a great upheaval in Bolton, and things changed dramatically, and that made a lot of difference. I would also like to make one comment about the vote tonight, which was that Jody, I don't know Jody, I don't know the people that live in Bolton or whatever, but Jody made she made a motion, and that's what we worked on. We worked on the motion that Jody made. So it just so happened that Jody was the one that spoke first, that got it out there to what the motion was to be, which was to deny the zoning. And I spent many years doing zoning for Underwood Hills, and you do what you can to try to protect your residential neighborhood, the residential neighborhood that has existed for many years. And so, Jim Moulton, whatever it is you're saying is, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense, because Bolton, the Bolton that has existed for a long time, the single family neighborhood Bolton, is wanting to continue to exist, and whatever you're doing is setting a precedent that will cause difficulties. And so at any rate, I'm just trying to say that Jody was the one that got the motion out there, and that's what we voted on, and whatever else happened had nothing to do with Jim Martin or anything. Jim Martin led a perfectly wonderful meeting tonight in terms of being as fair as he could possibly be. Okay. Anyway,
I appreciate
Kevin,
that.
I would add to that, Kevin. Berkeley Park has bylaws and minutes and a secretary, and I know this because I am Berkeley Park secretary.
Okay. And is there a membership fee to belong, or how do you guys support all that kind of infrastructure? Is it
In Berkeley Park, we have dues that are optional.
okay?
I don't know what other neighborhoods do.
Okay.
Kevin, if you would cede me some of your time.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. I think, we're going to somehow have to get different people in the room, and hopefully we can piece together recent history respectfully, and then, move forward with our best foot forward. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything I can do to help, happy to. Amina, you have had your hand raised for a while now.
Yeah, so I had asked a clarifying question before the vote because I do attend these meetings regularly, and I am aware of how the double negative is confusing. And the thing I did ask is, would there be an additional vote afterwards? And the understanding from that was, because I asked about the conditions, 'cause I know a lot of people would be open to having a further discussion. But you said, yeah, there would be that. I mean, and you alluded to you would vote opposed, for me to vote opposed. I knew I needed to do that, but it wasn't clear that for everybody who wanted to continue the conversation, that it would be in their best thing to oppose.
I understand, and as was stated earlier, that no one present after the vote indicated that they had erroneously voted in favor. So, I mean, if people were confused, I don't know where they went.
Well, it was 10 o'clock. People wanted to go to bed.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I was just stating that because I did ask that question on purpose for that reason. And even during the vote, people did do that. So I do think that it was a little, it wasn't really clear, and that wasn't quite fair, especially because a lot of people didn't get the full story. I mean, I had to piece together what was Claiborne's stake. We talked about why they couldn't vote because of the financial, but I didn't know what their vote would be. Were they in favor of it or not? Because no one really got to talk about.
They were apparently overwhelmingly in favor because
Yes.
the guy who was lobbying hardest for their eligibility to vote was the applicant. I got 6 emails from him on this topic.
Well, I'm saying, yes, but I'm saying this as the whole, we had a lot of people who are not regularly attending meetings, and it's a lot of lost context there that I just didn't quite sit well with me.
Yeah, I mean, it was certainly confusing for a lot of people, and I tried to deconfuse it as much as was possible.
You did that for sure.
And just a last comment. I know a lot of people are saying the character of the neighborhood and that kind of stuff. We live in the city of Atlanta. The city is going to be densifying. There's going to be more medium that's type of housing. If you want to preserve a single family home, Cobb County is a quarter mile down the street. All right, it's a quarter mile. Lower taxes.
Yeah, the neighborhood
As a city resident,
carry a lot of
I
weight
would like to have the
neighborhood.
option for density. I would like to have an option for public transit. But when people keep on blocking and blocking, it's really frustrating, especially because we live in a city. I chose to live within the city, not in Cobb, not in places that were cheaper where I can get more house because I want to do the amenities of the city. And it's been really frustrating to have people in the city say that the city's character is to be a suburb. That's all I have to say.
I mean, again, everybody is certainly welcome to their own opinion, and I disagree with many of them. Jaron, your hand is raised. Do you wish to speak?
I do. It's late in the evening. I'm not quite sure where we go from here. I'm glad that there was a lot of comments about this being a part of the process, but it's not a roadblock by any means. And it seems like people who are this passionate now need to continue with the passion and show up where it definitely counts. I do have some significant concerns about how the agenda changed, about how individuals who have been voting all along were then told that that could be a concern. I'm glad we got past that. But I mentioned that. Hold on for 1 second. I only mention it because that derailed the momentum. And that also deviated from the focus and the objective that we were here to vote. However, a person came with an agenda, Miss Jody, and if that's the strategy, Claiborne could have come with their own agenda. So I'm mentioning this as a tactic because, heck, many of us work in corporate America. If you belabor something long enough, the people who would need to vote and want to vote may have dropped off. It is far exceeding the time. And you did ask around 9 o'clock if there was a motion to continue, but I also noticed you didn't do that after 10. So I'm not even
Oh,
sure if what was discussed
it's in our
is
bylaws.
relevant.
The meeting ends at 9 unless we have a motion to continue. But the
So we
motion to
just need to
continue
do
is
it
open ended.
once.
What's that?
So when you do it at 9, you don't have to ask when it
The
continues to
motion
go
wasn't
hour and hour.
the motion wasn't to continue for another hour. The motion was to continue. If the motion had
Okay.
been, I move to continue for 15 minutes, we would have needed another motion at 9:15. But it wasn't that. It was just a motion to continue. So it left it open.
And are you able to share? I'm new to the process. I'll own my ignorance. But are you able to share how a meeting should go, the bylaws, the rules of order? Because I think the other frustrating part is we're depending on people who have done this before. And I don't like that to be the precedent. I'm an intelligent individual. Many people can read bylaws. And so I think at some point we assumed because you guys were speaking very knowledgeable that that was the path. But I have significant concerns. And I think that should be also shared with those who have joined. And thank you, Andy. I think they're published. So if it's something that's public and I can go find, but I do think that that added to the confusion and the frustration because things were changing on the dime and we just had to be nimble, trusting that the process was working. But to me, this process has not worked. And I have significant concerns and need to know, how do you escalate when there's been many people who've communicated concerns with the process this evening? Are you muted? Because I can't hear you unless it's my phone, but I can't hear.
Tim got kicked off his connection again.
He lost his connection again?
Yes.
I think
So
he's popping back in now.
I think he's
So
coming
if
back.
we've missed the recording yet again, I think that alone is putting this whole meeting in question. But once again, I'm
Can
going to
you
look
hear
at
me
the
now?
bylaws.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yep, you're back.
The battery in my USB microphone died because it's been on for so long. That was why you couldn't hear me. So, what I was saying that you couldn't hear was that, do you have an electronic version of the agenda for this evening?
I believe it was sent out.
Okay. In that, there is a link that you can click on to our bylaws, right?
Okay.
Where it says NPU-D voting rules and then September 2024. That's a link. And if you follow that link, you'll get a copy of our current bylaws.
Okay.
And our bylaws specify their own revision process. And so we will be discussing amendments to our bylaws in August, and we will be voting on readopting our bylaws with or without those amendments in September. So I would encourage you, if you are interested in that topic, to attend those two meetings at least.
Okay.
As far as Robert's rules go, I mean, I have a physical copy and there are various truncated versions online that you can go find. But it's a fairly thick document. And again, I was grateful to Clyde for piping up on the reconsideration matter because I didn't remember it off the top of my head. But I believe he was correct that a motion to reconsider has to be made by someone who was on the winning side, which makes sense because people who are on the losing side are always aggrieved, right? Well, let's reconsider again. Let's reconsider. Let's spend all night here until everybody who isn't me gets bored and goes home. And then, so that I think is the reason for that rule.
Okay.
But again, I mean, I have a physical copy of Robert's Rules current edition. I have a physical copy of Robert's Rules one edition ago, and I don't need both. So if you'd like a physical copy of Robert's Rules, you can have my older one. But in any event, so that is our bylaws and Robert's rules. And
Okay.
my knowledge of those things is just from doing this. Issues coming up, me having to research them, right? So I'm not an expert by training. I am just somebody who's been doing this for an incredibly long time. And I would add, I'm going to throw this one out there. One of the things our bylaws don't contain is a term limit for officers. And I think a term limit for officers would be a great idea. So when you come in August, you can propose that. You will have my wholehearted support.
I wish you'd hush.
Evan, you want to say something more on all this?
Yeah, I'll just, I guess, summarize. I think my main concern isn't so much that people may have been confused about the yes no. That is a concern, certainly, because I do think the double negative obviously is confusing because there was so much conversation on it, but that's not my main concern here. My main concern was that none of the people here waiting this whole meeting at Claiborne were able to talk and give their perspectives. It went straight to a vote when this surprise motion came up, and a vote where the poll seemed to shut down very shortly after the poll majority started to move against us here at Claiborne, and then it was off the screen. So, given how many people voted to allow us to vote earlier in the meeting, you would think that it just seems odd that things would pan out this way, given how many people wanted Claiborne to be able to vote, and it just seems suspiciously that the procedure here, where this surprise motion was introduced right
Well,
after Jody spoke,
okay, so
the whole strategy
there is no
may
such
have
thing as a
been
surprise motion.
okay. Regardless, whatever semantics here, but this motion was introduced after Jody spoke, and it feels like that whole strategy may have been premeditated to achieve this outcome. So
It's entirely
it's
possible.
all concerning, especially given just that, especially because the people here who will have this in their backyard, a lot of people were here waiting to speak. Nobody got to speak because of this motion, and it just went straight to a vote. And so obviously a lot of people are concerned about procedure here, and I think I think we have very good reason to be. So I really hope that there's a recording of the
As I,
meeting so that we can just kind of
as
see
I,
the details. But
as I probably didn't say, I was quite surprised by the outcome of that vote. I was not expecting it to go the way that it did. I thought people were going to vote on the underlying issue the way they voted on the question of eligibility. I, on the other hand, voted against your eligibility because I don't think you are eligible, but I abstained from voting on the motion to deny because personally I favored conditions, not the conditions the developer was putting forward, but other conditions. However, the motion to deny carried. So be it. I mean,
well, we have record of all the polls and the actual motions on the table, because I noticed in the polls the actual text of what we were voting on wasn't adjacent to the actual
no,
poll.
it was spoken into the record.
Okay.
At one time, I tried to put the text of the motions into the poll. And the problem with that is if you do it that way, you have to guess at whatever motion might come up. And so I would have 5 different polls on every topic with my 5 different guesses as to what I thought the motion might be. And then someone would make a 6th motion.
I guess my main
But I
reason
changed
for
all the
asking
polls
that,
to be, I'm in favor of the motion, I'm opposed to the motion.
right? My main reason why I wanted to ask that was because, like you said, I found it very odd that the procedure. My concern is that the procedure here affected things because we had so many people overwhelmingly wanting Claiborne here to have a voice, and then this whole procedural mess sort of happened, and then we just kind of had a lot of our voices shut down. Obviously, I've spoken a bunch. I'm very grateful for the ability to speak, but I feel like a lot of people's voices weren't heard tonight.
I believe that we followed all proper procedures of Robert's rules and our bylaws. Um, and you might believe otherwise, but if you can't cite an example of otherwise, then I mean, there's
Also,
really not much.
everybody in the chat, like, kind of heckling me for talking. I mean, this is,
I
I don't think it's appropriate to
I
heckle
saw a
people
lot of
when
argument in the chat, and I didn't.
they're,
I lost count of the
I,
chat
I think
because
civil debate is always appropriate, but
yeah,
I don't think it's appropriate to heckle your neighbors for trying to have their voices heard,
right.
especially
I mean,
when, as you stated,
yeah.
business of this meeting is adjourned. We are now just in a conversation as neighbors. So I think that if people want to speak, they should be able to do that without heckling from their neighbors.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought at times that maybe the chat should be just shut down, and there is a function in Zoom where you can do that because people, do a lot of crazy things in the chat. They can be very insulting in the chat. I see people, in the chat saying, "I vote this." We don't vote through the chat. I mean, so that um, I'm not sure how useful the chat is, but then I also saw like somebody asked a procedural question in the chat and somebody else answered it correctly. I was like, well, okay, now that person knows the answer and it didn't slow the meeting down for them to get it. So, should we have, an official chat room monitor at our meetings to make sure that, actual correct information gets disseminated? Maybe. Is there a way to moderate the chat? Maybe. I mean, all of these are sort of technological questions I don't know the answer to, but I'm a one-man show at this end, so I don't have the bandwidth to deal with that. Kevin, you have, oh no, I'm sorry, Jim Moulton, you have a hand
Correct.
raised.
I think the order of procedure was um the guy that wants to get a zoning change, whatnot, presents Bolton neighborhood. As you have asked each time of Eva and each people, you ask, what does the Underwood neighborhood Hills think? Or what did Underwood Hills think? That was not asked. That was disingenuous. That changed the conversation. That changed the motions. That changed, like, what does Bolton want to present? And I was going to present a very middle of the road. We have a mixed use people. We got like different people on both sides, and they each have, need to be able to vote. The people that own need to vote. The people that rent need to vote. The people that have a business and a stake in the community need to vote. Then what does the city think? Wow, I've been to 15 out of 22 last meetings, myself, going to these meetings about where the CDP is changing. And, Karen talking on some stuff, was just silliness. Because the CDP is a fluid document. It changes, 2025. I know where we want to go. I know where the conversations are. I know how to educate my community on how to do this. But that was totally disingenuously cut off, like my education in my community. We got 130 people out to a meeting, and that was phenomenal. We have all of a sudden like a bunch of people that want to come. You just scared everybody away because you did not give them what does their Bolton community think? What did their Bolton neighborhood meeting say? And let's take the builder, then let's take the community, then let's take some questions, but ask the Bolton neighborhood what we think. So disingenuous. I am, like, I've done this for years and, think the world of you, but I think that was one of the worst run meetings in, like the history of all this.
Hang on, hang
And
on.
I apologize.
Hand wasn't raised and the microphone's dead anyway. Um,
I think I'm gonna have to go now because I can't listen anymore. This is not going anywhere. I was bringing people together, not people apart. I'm bringing communities together. I talked to Atlanta Beltline Partnership, who wants to be, even part of this in ABI. They're like, wow, you're doing such great things. This is going to be how we turn, we turned Old Fourth Ward, which was drugs, prostitutes, and, guns, into 100 million a year to the city tax basis. The same things could happen out here where we are a great community, and can be part of this next generation of stuff. And then we all prosper. What we want is safety, security, prosperity, and family. Doesn't matter which side of the coin you're on. That's what we all want. And this was just, you know, having no voice whatsoever in this. I am so disappointed on record. Disappointed.
Okay. Kevin, you wish to say something?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I mean, I think there's a reason why probably so many of us are still hanging on here after 11 o'clock. And I appreciate your patience with the process, Jim. It's just, you mentioned the chat a little bit earlier and how, people say things that really are not very appropriate or even kind. And it's a little bit emblematic or representative of what we see in some of the Bolton meetings. And on some of the Bolton pages, it's just, we've got to figure out a way to disagree civilly, right? Just because we don't agree with each other doesn't mean that we have to call each other names or hate on each other. And I mean, no one's here for a lecture. It's just, it's disappointing when you see that from your neighbors. If there's a way we could at the next meeting, I think it starts with bylaws, right? And like, let's just practice decorum and
When you
keep
say
the
the next meeting,
misinformation.
do you mean the next Bolton meeting or the next?
The next Bolton meeting for sure, and just kind of keep the misinformation, to a minimum because that's where people get sideways with each other is like some of this is just not factual, right? And it's okay to say I don't know sometimes. Like let's just figure it out together, rather than everyone's sort of a subject matter expert on zoning. It's like we don't always know the answer. Let's lean on each other and ask questions. Um, Bottom line, I think what I took away from tonight is that this is a very split type, issue that we're voting on, and um, certainly the vote went a certain way, and that's fine. There may have been some confusion, whatever, but this is not cut and dry, right? It's not 66% feel one way and 33% feel another. So I just want to end by saying thank you, and I'm going to sign off. I appreciate everyone's time tonight, and I want the best for the neighborhood. So thank you.
Okay. Well, look forward to seeing you at NPU-D meetings in the future. Andy, your hand is raised.
Yeah, I would like to thank you personally, Jim. You did a great job on this. Really appreciate how you handled everything. Jim Moulton is correct. We did have a Bolton meeting, and the results of that meeting was 58 against and 42 to support the amendment. So this vote followed the same format. And part of the confusion that is happening both in the Bolton Neighborhood Association as well as this meeting is because Jim Moulton is not managing those meetings correctly and there are no bylaws. It was even raised during that meeting, motions were raised, and he stated, we don't follow Robert's Rules of Order. There is no order in those meetings. And the first thing that we as a community need to do is pass those bylaws.
Okay. Anything I can do to help, I'm happy to. Paul, your hand is raised.
Hey, Jim, thanks for hanging in there. Eva, you're a champ. The parade starts soon for you. We just love you back there. Want to echo Andy's response, and you guys, you've put up with a lot. You stayed for an extra chat. I stayed here to echo the same thing Andy did, and so he beat me to the punch. Just again, thank you for running it. I know it's not easy doing what you do, and we did, as a Bolton community, echoing Andy. We did have that say, and while it may have been disagreeable and contentious at times, we had it. We certainly had it, and it aligns with the vote tonight. So thank you, Jim.
Okay.
Thank you for
You're
that.
welcome. Jim Moulton, is your hand raised from earlier or did it get re-raised?
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, yeah,
It's
I
no,
didn't notice
I'm
if you
still,
ignored
I
me
have
earlier.
the thing I was commenting to Andy is, guess what? You can become a part of this. You don't have to agree. I'm not going to tell you what my opinion was for or against this meeting. I am procedurally bound and I am third party in this. But if you want to, Andy, if you want to be a part of these bylaws, then you may. If everyone can be a part of this, we don't have to agree. I don't want us to agree. You don't learn anything by everyone agreeing on the same thing. You learn by change. You learn by all these things. And it's a wonderful thing. Discussion and debate is intellectual. Arguing is for the animals. Um, the idea is like, let's have it. I've got some options for you and how to be a part of this Bolton Neighborhood Association. And I'd love to find out what your strengths are, and then let's use your strengths in this neighborhood association. Thanks.
Okay, Andy, your hand is raised again. Or is it still raised from earlier? Sorry.
Yeah, it's raised again.
Oh,
And
okay.
I appreciate that, Jim. I will definitely get more involved. But you need to understand there in this community, there are a lot of people that think you are disingenuous and that you are not being neutral, as you have stated many times that you are. Just to set the record straight, there are a lot of people that are against it.
If I can respond. I'm totally into debates on that. I am the most ethical, moral person here. I will put my record up against anything. I've done 165 volunteer projects in this neighborhood, and I haven't seen you out there even once. I've done things that have been connected to Comet and bring energy and um, enterprise into this area. My Connect the Comet, I've got 5 miles that's going to start on August 4th. I did that without asking anyone, without asking for a dollar. I haven't asked for a dollar yet, Mr. Swicord. I haven't asked for anything. And guess what? We did all of this for free while helping APS students and scouts. We've done this without anything except the only thing we've gotten for free was the tools that we have. That's it. Everything else is sweat labor. So if you want to come out and show someone who's actually a volunteer, come on out, show me. Show me. There's no one else here. None of these other people have shown up. No one.
No one is questioning your commitment. What we're questioning is how you're handling things.
Third party. Emily and I have gone out of our way to be third party. We have had certain people that have been disruptive, disrespectful, disinformative, and bullying. And
And there
that
is
is
a
what we have a problem
belief
with. Those
that you are
specific
doing the exact
things.
same thing.
Pardon me?
There is a belief that you are doing the exact same thing. So just stating that there are others that are doing it, it appears to many people.
I appreciate that, and I can debate that all the time. I have been very quiet on bad actors for 5 years, and we know all these people have been bad actors, and these people have not done good things for us. The only reason I'm doing this is because it wasn't done well before me. That is the only reason I'm doing this. And I will train. I'm helping train the next generation of who can be here. They're attending NPU University. You need to attend NPU University, get get these things set. The people I want on this board are going to be people who are aware, understand bylaws, understand zoning, understand neighborhoods, understand these things, and know the reason that we did not go by rules of Robert is because there is no bylaws. I am creating those. Do you want to help me?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Glad to have that. That's the first person who's volunteered tonight.
And to be fair, I appreciate all of the volunteer work that you have done. Nobody's questioning that. I'm just stating a fact. I'm not trying to argue with you or anything like that. There are a lot of people in this community that think you are doing the same things that you're accusing others of doing.
I agree, and that's mostly because of disinformation. The Bolton neighborhood site has blocked me. Every type of thing that I've put on there. Multiple people from this same view have been blocked, and we have not been able to communicate with a back and forth. That's why I created NPU-D. I'm getting a little thing right now, and I will say it says, I'm not allowing someone on there. I believe it's Bobby Jordan. It's I'm on this meeting, so how can you expect me to look at these other things? So right now, I want a place for public discussion. I do not want a place for cats and puppies and dogs and what's going on, that stuff. I want people to be on a committee that says, I am transportation, I am crime, I am zoning, I am land use, I am families and playtime, I am, pick something, and we have that laid out. If you want to see what can be created, then be a part of it. And it's not like this stuff, it's all disingenuous, these complaints back. You can't even imagine how like this even wears on someone like Emily. And, she's like, she sees it and we're trying to do like the best we can for people and do this again and again. And it's just absolutely wrong. We have gone out of our way to be third party, even though we may have an opinion, it's to ourselves. You won't know how we voted because, we each think in our own way. We don't share it with each other. We don't talk about it. We just present. But we make sure that everyone is at that table, not people pulled out. People from Rando, Sumter, Altus, Bricks, Broadstone, The View, and Liberty Park do not have a seat at that table on that website. And I will tell you right now, that's a problem. It is a complete problem, and that cannot happen. I cannot get Meta to drop it. Meta should like drop it because it is a disingenuous conversation. And normally I don't say anything, but like tonight you got me riled up and I can protect people, I can protect my neighbors as much as I can, but you got to help me fight the fight. You got to help me.
I'll be glad to volunteer and I will participate. I think, there is an impression among many people in the community that what's happening right now is disingenuous and it's contributing to the overall problem.
Is that mostly just Adams Crossing? Where is the
No, it's all over, quite frankly. And if you look at all of the Facebook posts, they're all in the same vein.
Facebook is horrible.
It
I
is.
mean, I do not have time to pay attention to Facebook and silly little rants.
It is, and it's
I don't have,
contributing.
I mean, that is a waste of time right there. Do we need someone who wants to be social media? Absolutely. Then they can respond to all those things. I tried to create a chat bot on there. The only place I was able to create a chat bot was on Connect the Comet. And then I called Meta to repeat that. And Meta said, I don't know how you even created a bot on Connect the Comet.
Okay.
And they had no way to help me replicate it.
Jim and Andy.
I'm one person.
Yeah.
Jim and Andy, I realized that you two were having a conversation and I didn't care because nobody had hand raised, but now Andrew has a hand raised. So I think we should yield the floor to him. Andrew? Oh, you're muted, Andrew.
Apologies. I was actually really enjoying this back and forth because I see both sides and I know the commitment Jim has to this neighborhood. I think one of my questions would be, Jim, you've reiterated numerous times how much you are Switzerland. And I'm a little curious. You had the vote from last week. Why are you presenting that as a 50-50 vote if you are Switzerland?
We had some continued outreach from the builder, and I said, if you go out there, you have to put both a positive and negative vote on your options of these things. You need to go out if you're going to give me a number. I need to see it in writing, and I did see all 94 votes in writing. I saw 94 for and one against. I even listened to one person who was against, but he wouldn't vote. He just wanted to sell his house. So the biggest problem I have is, it isn't everybody. Like people in Liberty Park, we've been isolated. I've been blocked by Karen's, for 5 years. Emily's getting blocked, now multiple times. Some other people are getting blocked because they don't agree with the, the going things. And Emily and I have gone out purposely just to see what everyone votes. We present this, everything's come out of my pocket for everything in Bolton. So if you wonder, where it comes from, it's my pocket. We tried to have a real conversation. I mean, I would expect that everyone wants their house prices to rise. their biggest investment to be good, their schools to be good, their crimes to be low, their transportation to be good. A lot of the things that have happened, I don't have anyone to help with. MARTA's gone from 3 routes to 1 route. Instead of having the mayor wants a route that, connects the river for World Cup, except that now our rail is not connected here. Things that happened before, we had a MARTA easement, rail easement going down between Amazon and the data center. What a great place to have a rail between Amazon and data center. And that's not happening now. And so all these things disappear and people talk about what they've done, but they haven't. It's not real. It's Fantasyland. And you know, you we've looked at our prices, our home prices have dipped a little bit, because of, where we are. The Beltline says, wow, you could really expand. We had talks about how to expand this, how to increase community involvement, and how to build up like what the Beltline's doing, the Common's doing, and make it all happen and connect it together and have fun and maybe drink a beer or two. I'm more about like the drinking a beer after, and having fun and talking to people and hearing their conversation. When you meet people, you build business, you build connections, you build all these things that, if what we are creating here and to support more restaurants, you have to have a little bit more um, growth that, is measured, that is appropriate growth. I have a person that I can bring to the meeting. I was the Atlanta director and he was the Cobb director of transportation for Route Local. And we can talk about how this appropriate growth comes and how it supports us having theaters, us having the arts, us having live music, us having neat restaurants. These are the things I wanted to talk about tonight, and wasn't allowed to talk about. That's what I have a problem with.
I think Anna would like a chance to say something.
Yes, I just had a clarifying question to something I thought that I just heard Jim Moulton say. Were you saying that you had the developer go door to door after the in-person vote at the Bolton meeting to collect additional votes? Did I understand that correctly?
No, it was
Okay.
him saying he was doing that, and I said that he had to do it with neighborhood people to be able to do that. I said, you can't just knock on doors. It's like, why don't you have someone in each neighborhood with you who's from that neighborhood? Then you can have that question, a real question that says, okay, good, you can be for or against, and
So
I
was
want
that
more
something that
input.
was done, that the door to door votes were collected and then added to the results of our in-person vote?
No, none of those results were presented. What we had at
Okay.
the end was 146 to 81, and for the zoning, that was the total numbers. The 146 to 81 was including those other votes. It also includes Claiborne votes because I looked at all the votes and all the addresses. They were Adams Crossing, they were Sumter, they were Dunseith, they were Liberty Park, they were Claiborne. I couldn't tell, I don't, we don't have as much input from Broadstone, from Altus, from The View.
Yeah.
One, it's hard to get into Altus because when I make the conversations with them, all the conversation only goes to Pulte executives and none of the homeowners. At Broadstone and The View, they're rentals, so they, consider it more of a hassle to let their people know what's going on. Whereas in Fourth Ward, all of us who are renters, and everyone's a renter at one time, everyone, we were actually members of the um, Old Fourth Ward Neighborhood Association. We were in what we thought was important. We created the Old Fourth Ward Business Association from that. And then now Jennifer Ohme, is a great person doing great things across the city. Today I was with her at the Northwest Business Association, which represents Grove Park, and I want you to go look at those videos. Go look at how proud they were of what they had created, of like what business was coming in, of a farmer's market, of all this stuff. And you think of Grove Park, oh, I won't drive there. But it's like they're real people with real problems, and they are creating business right there. We can do the same thing and have wonderful things. They have a theater right there. I didn't even know.
Um, I'm sorry to go back to my original question. I apologize that I'm still confused. So the total you reported 146 to 81 in favor of rezoning. Did that include door-to-door totals?
Oh yes, absolutely. Because other ones
So
we
so the
had
we were
in the live conversation, we had 30 to 32,
Mhm.
and that was 32 for, 30 against. In um the voting that went on online, we had redacted film sent to us. We had 42 minutes sent to us. There was an hour and eight meeting. We have that film of that missing time. We have the conversations that went on during that, and they did not check addresses. We checked addresses, credit card, not credit card, but IDs. We had everyone sign in. We were 100% solid in the live meeting, and the other meeting, the
to be fair,
I
they were
could
both your meeting
no, they
because
were not. They were not.
you
They were
posted
supposed
that
to.
we had an option to, and if I knew that my vote would be viewed as lesser than by
Oh no,
being
it's not lesser
online,
than.
I would have. I it's that's the perspective. That's not to discuss in this meeting in this
I agree.
setting. I think it's 11:30. I have big concerns about uh the way that you're representing the votes of the online people, and that there was we were given an
No.
option to attend online, and we followed the directions that were given us to there in a meeting that, you organized, you posted, here's the link to go to. Um, if you had concerns about that, then, that should have been something you addressed beforehand.
Well,
So
that's
that's
what
a big
we.
concern. But I just wanted to ask that question because I wanted to clarify, if it was seen as proper procedure then to add door-to-door votes
Well, here.
to what we were told we had to be there in person to have our voice heard, but then door-to-door votes. But I think I heard my answer. You
Okay.
included all of those in
Okay.
the totals you reported.
I will respond to it just my own way here. We have a Google Meet that's been set for 3 years. That is where everyone responds to. We were convinced that we would not have enough representation and that we needed to use a Zoom. We were not. We tested our meet, we tested our voting. Emily and I tested it even with ourselves, positive, against, and abstaining. All those things worked. We've been able to handle everyone. The meeting was not able to be handled. It was not pre-tested. It did not meet standards. It did not meet. People had to download Slido and Zoom and reset up a Zoom account. So there was a lot of things that were not correct. There was no checking of IDs. So there was a lot of things that I would have done differently, but I was
Were
bullied
you
into
not in
this.
charge of the meeting?
I was bullied into convinced that we needed this extra layer.
I
And
mean,
I had the
it
layer. I had the
seems
first
something that
layer.
falls under your
But
responsibility,
well,
and then
here's the
I'll
thing.
I'll stop talking.
I'm a homeowner like you. I'm just a neighbor. And I was told that, this would be a better way. And I, had to assume that my neighbors were just the same as me, that they would create that. But no, I had no idea that they didn't test it, weren't able to. They seemed like they wouldn't have all those abilities and wouldn't have any bias, but that did not occur. And so the problem I have is from here forward, there will be no extra AV. There will be no extra Zoom. It will always be on Google Meet, and I will always have it recorded on both Otter and Gemini, and both of them will be published. Even if they're a little bit different, they will be both recording the exact same words, everything that goes in there. That is how we do it. That is how it's properly done. That is how I'm always going to do it. And that if there's, more than 100 people, well, I would hope there is. Let's test it out. Until we get to over 100 people in the virtual meeting, we're going to try this virtual, and that is what we're going to do. It is not, I am not letting out of my hands. I trusted other people in the neighborhood. I trusted that they would get this right. I trusted that they had the skills to do this, and I trusted that they had the morals and ethics to do this. I am going to be doing this without that, and there will be ways to do this properly. And you know what? I think the rules of Robert are good, except that we will have certain ways of doing things. There will always be neighborhood first, and there will always be, presentation from both sides, and there will not be ways to shortcut, cut in, cut in line, get things done. Like tonight, there is no way that Bolton shouldn't have been heard. There is no way in God's green earth that Bolton should have been heard. And we had all of the data, and you could extrapolate it how you want. We just presented. Emily and I just
Jim, when
presented,
you're
and
hitting
I
up
was not able
random
to present anything.
homes,
Hey there, hold on.
hold on. Well, sorry. You're right.
So
I
think
see the floor.
Andy had his hand up. You've been talking for a while, Jim. You want to let Andy say something?
So I'll be really
Yes,
quick.
sir.
There were a lot of issues with the online voting, and that should have been handled beforehand. Jim, I really don't think that you should be calling the people that were trying to coordinate all that disingenuous or calling in question their ethics. That's wrong. Just straight up wrong. And it creates more confusion and more disruption in the whole process. Yes, there were problems. We can all acknowledge that. I even heard reports of people leaving the in-person meeting and going out and jumping on the other meeting just to vote twice. That vote from the Bolton meeting, by everyone's account, should be invalid. But I will also point out, there was a petition that went around asking people whether or not they approved of this resolution, and there were 163 individuals, residents, that said this should not move forward in a separate petition. So there is overwhelming conflict in the community over whether or not this should move forward.
I'm open to both sides. I just we have, 5,000 residents here, and I've somehow got to help create something that doesn't exist before me.
I can
I was
appreciate
pretty
that.
quiet, pretty silent. I disappeared off the world because I got, had a big accident and I disappeared off the world and no one showed up. So I have created something out of nothing.
I can appreciate that. Just be careful if you're calling other
I am
residents.
not going to call out anybody. I just present numbers and that's it. And whatever numbers I have to work with, that's all I have.
Fair.
They're all night long, won't they? Just
Okay.
Are we at the end? Yay.
Well, I mean, we were at the end an hour ago. We're just sitting around chatting in virtual space right now. But
Jim, is there a way I can present something at the beginning of next meeting, like before we get going with everything?
beginning of next NPU-D meeting?
Yeah, or even, the executive committee or something, just so we have
why don't
something
we-
on record that says, here's how Bolton gathered our data, here's how Emily and I put it together, and all that we have. That's it.
We can discuss. I mean, again, it's one of those things where, we have processes for informational presentations. And
Right,
if
but we
you'd
didn't
like
get to present.
if what?
But we didn't get to present.
We have processes for informational presentations. And if you would like to give an informational presentation at our next meeting, we can put something on the agenda. And if you meet the criteria that we have spelled out in our bylaws and that the city requires, I don't see that necessarily as a problem. Keep in mind, if you wish to speak at the beginning of the meeting, you've got a 5-minute time limit.
Okay.
But other than that,
I like shorter meetings.
Other than that, we can discuss what it is you'd like to present. I'm hoping be a plan for getting Bolton more organized rather than a list of grievances.
That's happening.
Okay. But in any event, we don't need to discuss that now. We're going to be having an executive committee meeting in a couple weeks, and we can discuss it there. Candace, do you wish to say something?
Yeah, I more just had a couple questions. Like, in terms of the voting no and things like that, um, it seems like the majority of people on the call know that the area on the path is a swamp or to whatever term they want to use. Um, and it seemed like there were offers to help mitigate that, clean it up, whatever, working with the city. I'm curious how we make that go forward. Like, who are these people that can be reached out to because who offered to help, considering multiple people in the neighborhood go by that area every day and nothing's been done about it to this point in time. So I fear that the words are just words. Also, the fact that it takes like 45 days to fix a pothole seems like leaning on the city isn't
Yeah,
the necessary. But, and then my second question is just, I know there's a lot of, or statement, a lot of talk about single family homes, and I just think that there should be thought around the feasibility of that for a developer to create, let's say, a dozen single family homes, maybe less, provide green space, additional parking, what have you, like help with the infrastructure, the sewage issues. A developer at the end of the day wants to make money. And I think that we have an opportunity to work with a developer who's willing to work with us in the community, whether this goes through or not. Just saying, like, I think those thoughts are something to consider for the future in terms of like, okay, well, we want to work with a developer who wants to work with us and work in hand. Those are my only comments.
Yeah, I think in
The
terms of the drainage, that reaching out to the Path Foundation may get you more traction than reaching out to the city. Because when you reach out to the city, you're just talking to some, giant bureaucracy of people who are trained to say no to everything. And the Path Foundation has always been pretty responsive because if you look at the city's topo map for that area, there's this little local low point adjacent to the trail, and the trail itself is a little local ridge. So I don't know where the culvert that Mr. Turner talked about is, but I bet it's underneath the trail, draining that low point to the opposite side, which it eventually will get it down to the creek. Am I correct about that, Jim?
What you have is something you can't just ask people for money for. You have to have someone pay for it. So to have that done, Claiborne, the HOA, does not have the money to fix that. It's their property. It's basically dead land to them. It would cost them a lot of money to redo the drainage. The only way to redo the drainage in that area is to build enough homes that you can make it feasible. You could build some $1 million townhomes there and fix the drainage, and have less density, but you're not gonna put $1 million townhomes right on the dawn.
I don't think that was the
You
question that Candace is
it
asking.
is. It is because it takes a certain amount of money to fix things. You can't just ask Path or somebody, hey, can you just give us some money for this? What you need is say, how are we helping in this public-private partnership, how to do it? We got to think forward about how to do this. We need to say we are going to generate, and this is where, part of me agrees with the developer. I'm usually anti-developer, but the thing is to fix that is going to take a certain amount of money to get it fixed. And instead of just pushing it over into Bridgestone right next to it, you've got to figure a way how to pump it into the correct places, how to reassess and monitor the drainage. We talked about porous drainage, all throughout so that we weren't having impermeable surfaces. We went in huge conversations. We went well beyond the norm here. But if you generate more businesses in this area, that generates more taxes, generates more ways to fix more potholes and more lights at the correct intersections and the digital corridor and all the different pieces. You have to generate the money, the ROI, to generate what pays for the services.
Yes, I think that answers my question just in terms, like, obviously there's money needed to do what's need to be done to fix the sewage, to fix the drainage, what have you. So yes, that is part of my question. And I think from the single family home aspect that keeps coming up, I don't know how I think I don't know how they would have to be $1 million homes, it feels like, to make it worth it to a developer to so I'm just putting these food for thought for people who feel a certain way to just kind of open their minds to different scenarios. That's it.
The good news is my home is on this side of the tracks, and my home is, under 400,000. I've got a 3 bedroom, 3.5 townhome, and I'm on this side of the tracks. But the guys are on the other side are Fernleaf, and they have a nice little ranch that's 3 bedroom, 2.5, and it's 1.25 million. And I like where I live at my price point, and it's, because we live in a townhome community. Certain people are not going to want to have to take care of their roofs, build a new deck, paint the houses, take care of the yards. A lot of us are busy with our jobs and need to just have a townhome, and that really works. And that works in this setting because it's right next to, you know, the commercial space where they can patriate the West Side Pizza, go to the Ethiopian Desta, go to oh, that's right, we lost a Thai restaurant. Oh, that's right, we lost a Mexican restaurant. You have to have a certain amount of people going to these places or they go out of business. We have shown that we can't support it without that certain appropriate growth, that sustainable growth. And that sustainable growth is how we plan our next step. When we look at the plans, even Paul was great at pulling up some great design plans. You've got Bricks that's going to have 560 homes. Next to it, you got Bobby Dodd Institute that's going to have 250 homes, mixed use. You're going to have next to it in the Mike Hart properties, you're going to have like a 600 unit place. Across the street, you're going to have 400 units. And even there, where developers promise to develop things, if they have the most important thing we did not get done tonight, the most important thing that we could have ever done tonight was start with the conditions first before talking about zoning. That should have never been brought up. That should not gotten out of hand. That got out of hand. We had conditions that he agreed to that we had in writing and just got thrown to the bricks. All that work that I put in to get conditions, and he actually gave us more than we asked, which was even better. I talked about to Atlanta DOT about a light right there at the crossing of the Whetstone at Ladon, about how you don't really know it's just not another speed bump instead of a trail right there. You don't know. And so those things need to be better done. The things that should have been done, there is so many bad things that have been done in city design right now with people that have been here before me. Adams should have had a storage unit built, and that should have connected to Moore's Mill. That was improper. Dunseith was built with a way that you can't get out of it. The corner of Ladon and Chattahoochee has this little corner that should have been a entrance right across from Bolton Drive. Could have been a great four-way, and it just, completely was done wrong. There is so much city planning in this area that NPU-D hasn't done right, that Bolton didn't stand up for what it needed. Bolton has two exits, Chattahoochee and Bolton, and there's nothing else. And then the other side of Adams Drive, that's all there is. That city design is the worst city design I've ever seen in my entire life. This is awful. You people have planned it absolutely wrong. This should have been taken care of well before I got here, 10 years before I got here. This should have been planned out and thought of in a progressive manner. How do we exit this area? Dunseith should have never been like that. The area that, comes across Coronet, that was only done because MARTA came in and built it a certain way. And now you're losing the MARTA. So now Coronet should never have been the exit for all that area. That should never have happened. Moore's Mill is the absolute place there should have been a light. Bolton Drive, I've photographed 13 accidents myself, and you look at the data from Dustin, he says, "Oh, there's no accidents there." That's because they don't record it right. Your data is wrong. I have 13 pictures of 13 accidents, and that's only the ones I've seen. I was driving to Greenbrier Mall just to talk about the accidents, and I had to drive around the accident and the ambulance just to get to Greenbrier Mall. This is absolutely insane that I'm even having to have these conversations.
Jim,
And people haven't taken care of this. Thank you.
I think Melissa would like a chance to speak. Melissa?
Yes, thanks, Jim. I was pushing the unmute. Great job tonight. Really can't imagine this meeting being run any more clearly and fairly. So thanks for all your efforts. Just to jump back to Cameron's earlier question and your suggestion that that the path is oftentimes more responsive than the city for concerns like around the trail and whatnot. The path's website in fact directs you to Parks and Rec. I've dropped that contact information into our chat. And if anybody has a pen, it's 404-546-6813 or Parks Customer Service at atlantaga.gov. And again, both of those are in the chat. But if you go to the Path Foundation website, follow the breadcrumbs, you can get to a place to contact, and they should be helpful with the trail.
And I would add to that if they are not helpful, Clyde Mitchell is very good at getting them to be helpful. Our ombudsman, he was the one who finally got zoning enforcement to be helpful. So if PATH will not put pressure on the city to clean out the culvert, then Clyde may very well be able to get the city to clean out the culvert. Because I got the impression we have a culvert, it just needs to be cleaned out. All right. Jim, your hand is raised.
Beautiful stuff. The idea is that they talk a lot, but if you don't have it in an MOU, it doesn't work. I had Dustin Hillis, Justin Keller, Watershed out at the green space that we got $1 million for. And, there was Path was taking care of the path, Parks were taking care of 10 feet lateral, Watershed was taking care of it. It was all mowed in different directions. We said that Parks was going to take care of it all, and everybody agreed. And then because there was no MOU, it wasn't done. We had the changing of the Bolton lines to include that blank space, what's known as Coronet and Avonlea, and was supposed to be in Bolton. We've had ways for them to be represented, and
I don't recall that I had anything on my shoes.
it's because it's doesn't get written or people change jobs. It's nice to think that it's going to happen. It's reality is it doesn't happen no matter what even face to face. So thank you, Amina. Why don't you talk?
As long as there are 30 people willing to listen to them.
Yeah. So the last thing I just wanted to say was just to piggyback and kind of thank Jim Olson for what you said about how the neighborhood has kind of built and kind of a lot of things that design choices we made have kind of created some of the issues that we as a neighborhood get together and complain about. I do recommend some of you guys to read the archives, because one of the first things I did when I moved here and I didn't like the traffic on Bolton Road and Marietta Boulevard and other places is I try to look for past presidents. And there was, I want to believe it's 2000 or 2005, the city of Atlanta, the design committee, put a lot of design ideas for our area. And it had a very somber warning about how we need to extend, that Morris Mill and ways to save our traffic. And if we don't make these changes, that we're going to be in for some trouble. It gave a very clear and prescriptive plan on the best way to kind of develop this area. And it's been, it's kind of interesting to see that 20 years ago, they told us exactly what to do and we didn't do it. And the exact problems that they said that would happen, happened. But it's not too late. And I appreciate people who come to the meetings. I've been seeing a lot more progressive voices who've been trying to fight to get this neighborhood to be the best it can. Where NPU-D? Yeah, you have to, I can pull it up. I can probably post it in one of the Riverside groups, but there's a lot of archives. I read the past traffic studies, and you will see that most of the questions that we asked today, they've already been answered, and we've had experts tell us the exact same thing, exactly what we need to do. It's been the same answer since 20 years ago. And it's been 20 years ago in 2000, when walkability wasn't cool, they said, yeah, the only thing we can do for Bolton Road to improve it is walkability. You can't expand the road. You can't really do much. But that's all I gotta say.
I mean, this is the thing. We have to be planning 20 years ahead, you know?
Yeah.
This 1 year mentality, this isolationist mentality that can't occur because we are Atlanta. The CDP that's passed in 2025 here is for all of Atlanta. It's not like, oh, we'll do everything but Bolton. We have to be active in that and proactive in that and make
Yep.
the changes before they even ask it.
Yeah, we have to make it happen
Yeah.
for our city because yeah, no one else is going to do it for
Hey,
us.
I love some more people in that Bolton Neighborhood Association. Love some more people. There'll be more information coming out.
So what about those who? 'Cause I'm active, but I don't live in Bolton proper. I'm technically Whittier Mill, but VOC. But since
Yeah.
we're kind of our own development, we're kind of closed off.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to find. Yeah.
Well, it's you get to vote in your Whittier Mill side. By rules, we vote within this geographic area that the city draws out, and then we, for better or for worse, that's what we have those people voting. But we've just got to get everyone equally involved, no matter what side of the tracks we come from, and no matter what part of Bolton you're in, or what part of Whittier Mill you're in, or what part of Riverside you're in. The thing I got chastised today by Dustin was only Hills Park and Bolton didn't have bylaws ever. And so that was words from Dustin. And I had a meeting this morning with him. And I gave him a list of questions, and he looked at my questions and, okay, we'll get to them. So I'm gonna support whoever's, like helping us change and helping us, plan for our future. I want to see where we're going in the future and plan for it. If we stick our heads in the sand, we're never gonna be good. I mean, I saw Paul Astor. Weren't you on here?
He raised his hand a moment ago and then lowered it. Now he's
There he
raising it.
is. Uh-huh.
Now the question is whether I can unmute. I want to again, Jim. Thank you, Jim and Jim. Nobody's doubting your commitment, Jim Moulton. If you didn't have the last initial, I could say Jim N and Jim something else, but can't do it. Moulton, nobody's doubting your commitment. Jim Martin, thank you very much. I can't make any more motions, and I don't want to cut anybody else's off. But as one who just cannot pull away from the conversation, Jim, I think we would agree that there's a focused conversation that's happening on Bolton that needs to happen in the Bolton neighborhood. Can we let Miss Eva go home? I'll come get you.
Hey,
I'll
Paul,
come
you
get
want to
you if
help
I
me
need
with this
to.
Bolton neighborhood too?
We've got some other convos to talk about. I would tell you that if Kevin is still on the line, Kevin, I share your displeasure with the traffic and its circulation and lack of attention on Bolton. Jim, I do want to, this is to Moulton, I do want to look at traffic, and I know it's a heavy lift, but to Candace's point and to anybody else's point who's had the conversation, there's a significant lack of infrastructure, which was a huge point of the objection tonight. There's a huge lack of infrastructure, and I didn't bring this up to the intersection of West Wesley and Moore's Mill. I did some research on that improvement plan, and that was approved in 2015, and it started construction, I think, a month ago or 2 months ago. It takes moving the ship backwards and sometimes upside down. It does take it, but I think the lean in the Candace is yes, it can happen without $1 million townhomes solving the problem. Jim Moulton is a huge example of what he's been able to do without $1 million townhomes coming in. Thank you, Moulton, for your efforts in all your path connections and bike initiatives. We can do those things. We are now, I'm going to push the button again. We got 3 minutes until midnight. We are all going to turn into pumpkins. Can we carry it somewhere else? And Kevin, sorry, if you are online, I have a huge displeasure of the stuff that's going on in Marietta. You white knuckle it into your neighborhood and out of your neighborhood. Getting out of Liberty Park, that's crazy. I think there needs to be some more initiative and some significant conversation about circulation on the road. The Adams Crossing people hate crossing our road to get across onto Moore's Mill, and there are other communities that do it too. The traffic conversation is a legit one. It's a hard one, but let's tackle that. But let's do it.
Well,
Let's
let's
do it in
tackle it,
another
but I
meeting.
don't know.
Let's do it in another meeting.
Yeah, let's do it. And be a part of the Bolton Neighborhood Association. I'll give you some information, and if you want to help me set up the bylaws, it's happening. Bye-bye.
We can continue. I'm
Okay.
here. No,
Okay.
we can continue. Plenty more conversation to have. Let's make that number go down so Eva can go home. Eva, if you need me to come get you, just push the button. Wave your hand again.
All right.
Good night, everyone.
All right.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Jim has dogs to take care of. People actually